sort of our guest and sort of not our guest. He used to teach here for a very long time before he decided to abandon us for greener pastures. Our first speaker for the day is Professor Nishad Zi from Jamia Millia Islamia, and our second speaker is Dr. Rajesh Kumar. I would request Dr. Viopao, Professor Zedi, Dr. Kumar, and our principal sir to please join us on the dais. Thank you. Just brief introductions of our chair and our speakers. Dr. Pao is an associate professor in the Department of English, Delhi University. He is the author of Literary Cultures of India's Northeast, Naga Writings in English 2015, published in 2015. And his debut novel, Waiting for the Dust to Settle, was published in 2020. It won the Gordon Graham Prize for Naga Literature in Fiction category in 2021. His research interests include studies on Northeast of India, oral and written interface, and cultural studies, for which he has published widely, including contributions to the Routledge Companion to Northeast India, published in 2023. Besides his academic engagements, he also likes to discuss issues on society, life, and faith at the popular level. At this point, I would request Ms. Ritam Gupta and Mr. Gaurav Kumar to felicitate him by presenting him with a planter and an Angavastram.
Our first speaker for the day is Professor Nishad Zi, who teaches at the Department of English, Jamia Millia Islamia, and has previously served as the head of the Department of English of the institution. She is a scholar with vast and profound expertise on vernacular modernities, modern Indian literature, and post-colonial literatures. Over her long and fruitful career, Professor Zi has published widely. She has served as editor for the volume Indian Modernities, Literary Cultures from 18th to 20th Centuries, published by Routledge, and has made contributions to the volume Ocean as Method, Thinking with the Maritime, also published by Routledge. Recently, Oxford University Press published her English translation of a play by Premchand with the title Karbala, a play by Premchand. Now, I would request Dr. Chandra and Mr. Gaurav Kumar to present her with a planter and an argument.
Thank you, Charu and Gaurav. Our second speaker for this session is Dr. Rajesh Kumar, and he's an alumnus of Jawaharlal Nehru University, where he read for his MA, MPhil, and PhD degrees. He has taught for over 2 decades at the University of Delhi before joining the Faculty of English within the School of Humanities at IGNOU. He has also been an associate at Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla, between 2018 and 2020. A few of his publications include Santal folk dance songs, contextualizing art and culture, Dalit versus Aboriginal Australians, Convergences and Divergences, and Australian Aboriginal Autobiographies, Reading Identity, Aboriginality, and Belongingness. His areas of interest include cultural studies, post-humanism, digital humanities, post-colonial studies, literary theories, and criticism. and Dalit literature. Currently, he is developing a diploma program in digital humanities. We're really fortunate to have you with us. I request Ms. Ritam Gupta and Dr. Charu Chopra to felicitate him. We request Dr. Vio Pao to take over the session as the chair.
Hello. Good afternoon. It's good to be back here in the college, and I'm so happy to be amongst you all, faculty members, and I can see that there's a lot of development, which is very exciting because that's much needed. For a long time, we've been longing for an auditorium like this, seminar hall, and all these things, and which we've had, and I'm so happy to see this development. I think we've had a very stimulating session in the first part of the plenary session. The keynote address has really helped us to actually look into many of these areas which are intervening in our life and will continue to, change our ways of teaching, looking at the world around us. This session, I'm sure, will be more on those grounds again. And, whether it's in the undergraduate or the postgraduate, which I've had the opportunity of teaching now, I see this same thing that is happening. And I can really understand what Professor Kavita was saying earlier, that, we have come to a point where there are a lot of things where we are not quite, at times, feeling a sense of being equipped. But I believe that we are all in this journey together. We are going through a lot of changes. And just to kickstart this session, it was the sociologist, philosopher, the French sociologist and philosopher Jean Baudrillard, who said, we are in one way living through times of having multiple copies. I guess, being in the artificial times, and I guess we don't really know which is the original. The original seems to have been lost somewhere. And I know that in India, it's easy to get books pirated and we don't have any sense of guilt. But how do we negotiate all these challenges around us? Our two esteemed speakers this afternoon, will certainly address some of these areas, and I believe that the ideas will help us stay focused on what changes we should look forward to. So, without much delay, I will call upon Professor Nishad Zi to take our thoughts on this topic.
Thank you so much. Good morning. First of all, I express my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to think about questions that are all around us. The whole concept of AI and what it is doing to our lives, what it is doing to our students and teachers who are, who have nightmares about the assignments that students submit. So all these are real life struggles that all academics are engaged with. So this title of the seminar, Literature in Artificial Times, is kind of intriguing. And I'm happy that my chair referred to Baudrillard, because when I looked at the title, I immediately thought of Mir. सब तवहुम का कारखाना है, या वही है जो एतबार किया. So this is a factory of illusions. Right? Whatever is, what would you believe in? So it's entirely dependent on what you want to take it as, your perception, your interpretation. So I thought I will look at the question of authorship, because that is the question that is most, pressing, and also a question that bothers academics, scholars, students, everyone engaged with the whole edifice of artificial intelligence. First of all, artificial intelligence itself is a misnomer, I think, because intelligence cannot be artificial. So how do you think of artificial intelligence? Is there something like artificial intelligence? But if we, I mean, you are used to your, your series doing, and Alexa's doing work for you. So and now you're using chat gpt. So this artificial intelligence sort of snowballed into crisis after chat gpt's latest version, I think, when it was launched. And it can actually write your assignments. You just have to give command. It can write stories for you, it can write poems for you, and it can do all kinds of things. uh, uh, so the question that now, especially humanities scholars are confronted with, is it going to replace writers? Is it going to replace authors? If it can write poems, if it can write novels, if it can write short stories, are writers going to become redundant? Are teachers going to become redundant? So these are the questions that we are faced with, and this happened after this in November 2022. This Open AI introduced this Chat GPT model, and I hope all of you know the full form of GPT. What is that? What is GPT? Anyone? Yes, anyone? I mean, this is something that you use every day. What is GPT? Generative pre-trained transformers, right? These are generative pre-trained transformers that use large language models. And it is when this large language model came up that the challenge for humanities scholars really emerged. So LLM, large language models, which ChatGPT uses, so you give a command, write an essay on this, it immediately writes an essay. Give me an exercise on this, it immediately gives you an exercise within few seconds. So you don't really have to worry about anything. But and so the question is that how do we reconcile this artificially produced or mechanically produced fiction, poetry, or other forms of writing with what our notion of writing is, where there is an individual involved, there is an imagination involved, human imagination. So there's a human actor involved, thinking, imagination, feeling. All those elements are involved, which make it unique. So a poet's poem is unique because it is an expression of poet's unique personality. But if if a computer can write a poem, where is the need for that uniqueness, right? So that becomes a question. How do we understand? How do we define what writing is? And the second related question is, how do we define what authorship is? Now, authorship is something that we consider very sacrosanct. Oh, this poem is written by in exams in school, you must have done these kind of questions. Who is the author of this short story? Zero number if if you give the answer incorrect. So authorship is taken to be very sacrosanct. So I want to see, and this is not my idea, obviously, it was McLuhan who first talked about how when he published this essay called "Medium is the Message," he talked about how the whole notion of our authorship that we have today, it emerged only with print culture. So what I want everyone to reflect on is that it's not that artificial intelligence or chat GPT is going to bring any kind of cataclysmic change in our lives. Literature has confronted technological changes for a long time, and literature has sort of made it has come to terms with these technological changes as well. So first we had oral literature and orality. You had your traveling poets, writers who told stories, narrated stories in public spaces, all this entire tradition of troubadours. Then came manuscript culture. You began to write. Okay. What happened with this shift from orality to manuscript is that there was an element of irreversibility in oral tradition. That element of irreversibility was lost because a written text can be revisited. Okay. Whereas an oral text disappears after every telling. Once it is written, it becomes fixed. There were still possibilities of variations in manuscript culture because each scribe wrote in his own style. Okay, so the same text could be written in many ways by different scribes. With the coming of print, that also disappeared. So what these scientific changes, technological advancements have done to knowledge is that they have removed the irreversibility of literary production. Literary production has become reversible, it can be revisited. So a text written in 1830, published in 1830 remains as it was. You can read it even today. But this is not the end or outer limit of the impact of these changes. Both these changes also changed the way we understand literature and we respond to literature. The very definition of literature changed when there was a transformation from oral to manuscript, and when there was a transformation from manuscript to print culture. How? If you really look back, manuscript cultures were patronized by patrons. Manuscripts were available to a small group of elite people, and wider circulation was not possible. Therefore, they could reach wider masses only through oral telling. All right. And so oral traditions survived along the manuscript culture because ordinary people did not have direct access to manuscripts. Okay. And therefore, they could not have control on tastes. Literary taste was controlled and defined by a handful of people, handful of elites. Masses were always at the receiving end of this. And literary text was also dynamic. It was not fixed. Its frame was not, it was not cast in stone. It was not fixed. Right? With print culture, the very notion of literature changes. Now, ordinary people can directly read poems, books published, they are easily available to them. They can directly respond to published words, printed words, and they can have an opinion. So it democratized literary spaces, or, so literature became more democratic with the coming of print culture. So the point that I'm trying to make is that artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, is not the first time that literature has confronted this kind of challenge. In fact, a lot of us do not really pay attention to many such experiments that were carried out much before 2022, when ChatGPT AI, this LLM model was introduced. You are familiar with, I'm sure you are familiar with your all these Dadaism and others, which use technological advancements to write, to do paintings, to write poetry. And most interesting to me, yeah, so this is Catherine Hiles. I'll come back to Catherine Hiles. Can we go to the next slide? I'll come back to this. Yeah. Before this, okay, all right. Oh, yeah. So in Hollywood, interestingly, these technologies were experimented long before in 1920s, right? So we have this. Can we move to the next slide? Next. Yeah, this is Plot Genie, right? Now the Plot Genie, the purpose of Plot Genie was to help people write stories, right? So it's a very interesting model. which was, it was a genre-specific model because it was introduced only for detective stories. Then we have next, detective mystery stories. Yeah. So that model, the plot genie, was introduced by Wallace Cook. These were called plottos. And very interestingly, Hitchcock also registered for this because it could help one. For example, there was this Wallace Cook who used to write, more than one book in a week. That was the average, because he said that he was writing formula fiction, right? So one book a week, fixed formula. The formula was about, fixed number of chapters and 5 pages each chapter, 16 chapters done, right? And the structure was fixed. So he wrote this formula and he circulated this formula. It used to help people to write guided kind of detective story. Formula is fixed. All you need to do is to insert a few things here and there, right? So Cook, yeah. This is the next one. This is a patent that was filed by Arthur Blanchard. And interestingly, this is movie writer patent, right? This is movie writer patent. This is 1916. And what he was trying to do with this was again to sell a kind of formula where a structure is fixed, words have to be inserted, ideas are fixed, and you have a new kind of plot, right? So, plotto, plot genie, and this, all these were experiments that were done by Hollywood in 1916, 1920s for generating plots and also for writing pulp fiction, detective fiction, pulp fiction, and Hollywood movies, right? So, and as I said, Alfred Hitchcock also registered for this. So it was very popular in Hollywood, which means that what we have today, right, the challenge that ChatGPT has thrown at us, the question of authorship is something that has always existed. In preprint culture, the question of authorship was not sacrosanct. In fact, it didn't matter. In fact, in pre-modern societies, Panchatantra and all, do you know the author? Have you ever worried about who the author of these Panchatantras are? I mean, of course, you may have a name or two, but these are all, not really certain. So question of authorship was always, it was not fixed, it was always debatable, right? Because the text was not controlled by people, the text moved, exchanged hands. And the same thing is coming back with ChatGPT, where you have a fixed structure, right? You insert a few things here and there and you have your story. So writers are using it for prompts, okay? So if a writer has what you call the writer's block, a writer will not have a writer's block because writer has ChatGPT. You can also always go for those prompts to ChatGPT and you will have your story. Has anyone tried writing poems or stories with ChatGPT? Yes? No? You are young kids. I mean, you should be doing it all the time. I'm sure you do it and you don't want to admit it. Yes? No? You don't use ChatGPT? They're very good students and they think that ChatGPT is something bad. It is not bad, right? All technologies, it is up to you how you perceive technology. And what I want to tell you as students of literature is that it's not that ChatGPT is going to corrupt your individuality. It is not going to corrupt individuality. You can make use of it in positive ways. It is empowering. All technologies are empowering, and so is ChatGPT, so is artificial intelligence. So, for instance, if you are reading a literary text, as a critic, as a scholar, as a reader, you can do keyword search. I'm sure all of you do that. Keyword search, you just put keywords and you get the answer. Okay, so I'm reading a poem, I'm reading a novel, let's say 400-page novel. I want to see how many times does the author have referred to, let's say, red color, right? I put a keyword, I will get the answer. Okay, so a lot of my analysis can be facilitated by doing this kind of exercise. So keyword search, looking for images or frequency of images, and so on and so forth. So as in literary criticism, as critic, as scholars, you can use chat gpt to enhance your understanding of literary text, to respond to literary text. Images in Shakespeare, which is that famous book on images in Shakespeare. The author has actually counted how many times the image of blood is used in Macbeth. She must have done it manually because she did not have access to the modern technologies, artificial intelligence, and OCRs, right? A computer readable text through which you can just type a word and you can get the answer. How many times the word come in the text. So those things were not available to that author, but still that book is considered to be the book on imagery in Shakespeare, right? So blood imagery, crow imagery, color imagery, all that she's must have counted, because this technology was not available to her. But you can do that kind of exercise without much effort. Okay. So now I can go back to Catherine Hiles. Can I? First slide. Can I go to slide 1? Yeah. Now, Catherine Hiles' 2012 book, which is How We Think Digital Media and Contemporary Technology. So if you really want to explore what this is all about, how humanities scholars can respond to it, I suggest you must read Catherine Hiles, especially this book. If you do not want to read much, just read this book. It's fascinating because here Hiles does not only theorize, she's actually done analysis of novels to show what she's saying, to demonstrate what she's saying, to prove what she's saying. She says the age of print is passing, and the assumptions, presumptions, and practices associated with it are now becoming visible as media-specific practices rather than largely invisible status quo. So this is something that we have to accept. Age of print is not the invisible status quo. Status quo has changed. What we need to do is to reconcile to these changes, is to use these changes to our advantage. Right. There's another quote from Hiles: the ability to access and retrieve information on a global scale has a significant impact on how one thinks about one's place in the world. It is not just about how you do the work, but what you become in the process of doing that work. That is more important. Not how you define, how texts are written, but how you define literature and author and authorship. It has to be redefined. And literature has gone through these changes. Your Matthew Arnold, I'm sure you must have done Matthew Arnold's essay, where he talks about how science literature will not be challenged by science literature, will prove to be superior, and so on. Wordsworth, much before that, all sciences at their best are poetry. Okay, so in every age, these challenges have existed. And so this is not something earth-shattering. This is not something which is going to end literature, end humanities. It's not a death knell. Humanities will survive. It has always survived. So again, I close with a remark from Hiles, because I think that book is one of the most fantastic book on digital humanities and how digital technologies have impacted humanities. She says, although narratives will not disappear, their form and functions are being transformed by seemingly irreversible force of digital database. Right. So narratives are not going to disappear. You must have hope, and not just hope. You must come forward, learn to use it to your advantage. And that is why, I'll go to Peters, who says, culture, by blending with information technology, renews its staying power as a significant frame for life. So it's not that culture will end. It's not that your literary culture will disappear, author will disappear, humanities departments will disappear. Everything will survive. Culture, humanities department, they all will emerge much more powerful by assimilating and blending these technologies to their advantage. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nishad Zi. I think that's really insightful for us to actually go back into many of those which we are not quite aware. And thank you also for wrapping up the paper in a much shorter time than I expected, because I forgot to inform that we have about 30 minutes, but I think you've been gracious enough to actually conclude before that time. So which would actually leave us more space for interactions later. So I think as for the program schedule, we also have question and answer session. I hope we can have more discussions later. And if students are desirous to ask and know more about some aspects of it, please feel free to ask later. Okay, so mark your questions and keep it ready. We straight away move on to Professor Dr. Rajesh Kumar now, and I'm sure there's much more waiting for us, as he's also his research area is also on digital communities.
One get kicked. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Payo. First of all, I'd like to thank the convener for having invited me. And today's our keynote speaker, Professor Kavita Sharma ji, Professor Dubey ji, other colleagues are also here. I would like to congratulate the convener for having, drafted the concept note, which is on literature in artificial times, I think, which is exceptionally well done, well written. In the sense that, he has opened few questions, in the realm of public domain, I would say, by just jotting down this word artificial times, because it's becoming very, very difficult for people to understand as to what it means, artificial times. We've been talking about, artificial intelligence and other things, but not artificial times, to me, when I talk about artificial, it has, I can look at it in two frames. One is, I can look at it in a conventional note when we talk about artificial. I'm reminded of Rousseau, who wrote a book called Discourse on Inequality. And he writes that the growth of civilization has corrupted the happiness of human beings by creating artificial inequalities in the society. That is on the one hand. How I look at it, artificial when you talk about it, because no racism, no casteism. So it's referring to a realm of existence where there is no difference at all. Obviously. So artificiality in terms of doing away with all kinds of discriminations which we have been practicing. That can be one frame of reference. The other frame of reference which I would be looking at it, and which I'm framing the whole my lecture into, is that I'll be talking about it in a post-human sense, post-human approach. I think that is exactly what I think Professor Chetan maybe has referred to when he has prepared this concept of artificial times. When we talk about post-human, because post-human is a concept. We are living into a cybernetic world. We are living into a digital hypertextual world where everything is being dominated by there is no fact about digital things, But this is an era where we have lost our humanism, human elements. If you try to understand it, human elements. Now things are being done by. I was talking about artificial intelligence, robots, gynoids, so many things, and so many elements are being incorporated into it that it becomes very difficult for us to understand, as to what exactly it means, So when you talk about, humanism, I'm reminded of, Bourdieu, the French philosopher. He talks about, habitus, the word, I mean, he is using it as an umbrella term, okay, in which, inequalities of symbolic goods, cultural capitals within these frames of several different systems took place. And, he was the one who was opposed to a kind of a class structure, I mean, which was created by the Western elite, Western elite, and he opposed it also, you know. So he was against that kind of, I would say class structure when talk about, doing away with inequalities in terms of artificial intelligence. And I'm also I'm reminded of, like, as ma'am also said, I also talked about Baudrillard. Baudrillard is talking about the whole concept of, hyperreality. Okay, simulacra. He is giving the concept of simulacra, popularized the concept of simulacra, in which he held the view that with the invention of computer and the internet, reality has become hyperreal. Okay, so hyperreal refers to not reality exactly, simulation, simulacra. These are very much present into it when you talk about it. So theoretically speaking, this will do. Now, there is another theorist, Deleuze. I don't know how many of you have heard of it. Okay, he talks about the philosophy of becoming. Professor why you would know philosophy of becoming, and when he argues, he argues that, it is in the form of becomings, which is available to us. There are things which are available to us in the form of becomings, and it refers to actions such as, you can say, perceptions, variations of how you look at things, and from this flux of becomings, we sort of perceive an organized being. So our beingness is created out of these becomings, becomings which are there. This is also part of a reality which is referring to, Now, I have entitled my topic as gendered bodies in virtual space and digital space, because people have been talking about artificial intelligence, other things also. So I thought of looking at it, from that point of view, from a gender point of view, as to how we can look at it, and theoretically, when you look at, the social spaces which we talk about, social spaces in this world, social spaces are not blank and open for anybody to go and occupy it, Some bodies are deemed as having the right to belong, while others are marked out as trespassers, who are, circumscribed as being out of place, because there is a kind of a normative framework, powerful regulatory framework, which really circumscribes, who and what who can say and who can speak, who cannot speak, So he is, when we look at it, even feminist scholars from gender point of view, they have looked at, a normative framework which has been regulating the whole world, and with the help of which, our identity is created into this world. So the global politics, the space of global politics is not neutral, but underpinned by a very powerful regulatory mechanism, which really circumscribes who and what we can hear and what we can speak, So there is always, I would say, when we talk about normative framework and marginalization of, bodies, human bodies, it happens on the basis of exclusion. And it is this exclusion which is the result of, what Judith Butler says, a normative violence, which really denies the culturally intelligible, politically qualified subject position to people. So she uses that word, okay, and she demonstrates as to how, subject is created, okay, and she is looking at also looking at another, you can say, book of hers, which is Undoing Gender, to demonstrate how the human being is normatively produced within racial and cultural frames, and she is tying the idea of cultural intelligibility to the production of the possibility of, livable life. And she argues that before any individual can have a livable life, their lives have to be legitimized. Otherwise, your life will be quite impossible, So looking at it, when we look at it, so the gender perception, when you're looking at a gender, which emerges is that, women have looked at a kind of a regulatory framework which has really marginalized women, okay? And that regulatory framework can be understood in the form of normative framework, and which is the product of reiteration of specific norms, which happens. The performative action she talks about during the performative action. It is also based on, I would say, as marginality. When you talk about gender, you can say LGBT, okay, QIA plus, So these are the community which have been marginalized from the community. This is general perception, you can say. But why does it happen? Because of this normative framework. Because there is somebody who controls, you can say, there is a system which really controls this, and then through the system they are being excluded from the society, and so this is a kind of, I would say, kind of subject which they have been all talking about. Now let me come to, I would say, the new perception approach through which I'll be looking at today. I said post-human approach. You can say post-human approach. When I'm talking about post-human, this is a concept which was given by Ihab Hassan. Now I'm coming to the second part, okay, where I'll be talking about one would be video game, virtual spaces. And we're also talking about one movie, okay, Ex Machina. Okay, so I'll be trying to locate. I'll try to locate as to how gendered bodies have been placed into these virtual spaces and digital spaces. So the approach with which I'll be looking at it would be obviously post-human. So when we look at post-human, this is the current scenario, predominantly current scenario, post-human. I remember a boy, okay, having a conversation with him. He said, yeah, I'm upset nowadays. I said, why? Why are you upset? He said, I'm not having any friend at all. You're not having a friend? Are you saying true? He said, yes. But I heard that you are using, this AI something. Then he said, yes, I'm using. Because of the fact that I'm not having any friend, I am using AI as my girlfriend. Yes. And he says, I'm having conversation with AI. Yes, that's true. So this is the era which we are referring to when we talk about artificial times. So rather than having, so social relation, with having developed, you can say social relations with each other, we are taking help of technology. And all of a sudden, if you don't have social interactions with the people, what happens? You are in a state of isolation. Then you become conscious, that I'm into depression or something that leads to maybe state of depression or other things also. But that is the era of artificiality. We have lost completely human relations, that. So when we talk about post-human, being student, you should know that it was Ihab Hassan who published a work which was entitled Prometheus as Performer Towards the Post-Humanist Culture. And his work is often cited as the first announcement of the post-humanist culture in critical studies, Ihab Hassan, 1977. And he said, we need first to understand that the human form, including human desire and all its external representations, may be changing radically and thus may be revisioned. We need to understand that 500 years of humanism may be coming to an end as humanism transforms itself into something that we must helplessly call post-human. Here he is using that word. Okay, so now people have been, making use of it. They are talking about post-humanism nowadays, and so with the purpose. purpose of the fact, I guess this is what is happening. Now we have uh, a post-humanist theorist whose name is Rosie Braidotti. Rosie Braidotti, a continental philosopher and a feminist theorist also. She, has published very nice books. You can say her main publications include like the Post-Human, which was published in 2013. Okay, Post-Human Knowledge, Post-Human, post-human knowledge, another book, and third one, Post-Human Feminism, which was published recently in 2021. Okay, and Braidotti considers, among other theoretical contributions, how ideas of gender difference can affect our sense of human-animal relationship or human-machine divides. So she is talking at length about on these, as to how things are changing, And then we have another theorist, I think, which I think Professor Jayadi has already talked about. Okay, but we should remember the fact, Catherine Hales, I think she was talking about Catherine Hales, a post-human theorist, most notable for her contribution to the fields of literature, science and electronic literature. Okay, and she has also, she is very much concerned with the parallels between scientific models and literary theories, as well as in the contextualizing the interactions between humans and intelligent machines. So she has, given emphasis on that. Now, we should not forget the fact that presently we are witnessing a new era of meaning, making to break the nature-culture continuum in the works of, say, alter genealogies in several fields. Like people today are talking about anti-colonial cyborg studies, Donna Haraway, the cyborg manifesto, cyber manifesto. And she also wrote this about the anti-colonial cyborg studies. She also talks about situated knowledge practices, science and literature studies, advanced sex gender theorizing. She's a theorist, you could say. So those who are interested, they may refer to Donna Haraway's books also. Now, let me go to this. When we talk about, virtual spaces, virtual spheres, we get to know about movies, video games today particularly. Okay, so more recently, if you look at video games, video games, particularly the game industry, has expanded onto mobile gaming, okay, virtual gaming, the cloud gaming, streaming games online, etc. So these are new forms of gaming, which almost all the students may be familiar with, and it has arguably become one of the most important and innovative sectors in technology today. Video gaming, I'm talking about. When talking about virtual spheres, and what has happened is that this technology has been shaping our culture, social networking and entertainment. In modern period, what happened was, human being was controlling the culture. But in postmodern era, what is happening? It is technology, culture, which is having control over human beings. It's in a reverse order. So there is no truth nowadays. If you like, talk about, any truth, establishing any truth, there is no truth at all. Because you can correlate, you can say concept of, hyper reality, simulacra, simulations. You can well refer to that. You can say. So while talking about video gaming, you should know that the term, in industry, entertainment industry, is no longer only reserved for cinema, music, and sports. Today, gaming, if you look at records, gaming can provide, immersive experience, and almost more than 200, a million enterprises, they have been benefiting out of this gaming industry. Okay. So when we talk about video gaming, what happens is that, let me analyze it from gender point of view. You will observe it while playing the game, that the portrayal of women in games often reflects traditional gender roles, they are being, presented as sexual objectification, stereotypes such as, damsel in distress. Okay, I'll be referring to one, okay, game now. Sexy sidekicks, okay, rewards, okay. For example, those who have been into video gaming, Princess Zelda from the Legend of Zelda. Okay, she has been portrayed as that, And on the other hand, if you look at male characters are often stereotypically depicted as so big, muscular people, and LGBTQIA plus. These characters have mostly been, marginalized, and they are always non-existent in most cases. Okay. However, this heteronormativity has started to change. Okay, through video games also you can realize it. Okay, you can feel it. Okay, there is theories to be introduced. You can say, and also there is one game, Star Wars, okay, the Old Republic. Okay, which has introduced the same-sex relationship into the gaming. Similarly, Aloy from the Horizon Zero Dawn. Okay, this is a play. So I'm talking about. Okay, this is the play. Okay, gaming. Okay, gaming play. Aloy from Horizon Zero Dawn, which represents a strong female, lead, and she is neither sexualized nor objectified in video games. There is a reversal of role. I would say reversal of roles, which is happening here. Reversal, absolutely reversal of roles. So now, when you look at it, from this point of view, from media study point of view also, okay, let me tell you that, we are having, various forms of digital communications, okay, say in the form of maybe so networking pages or YouTube's contents, forums, So when you try to critically analyze different aspects of digital media, which are available to us, we can look at all of them from 4 points of view. Like you find that there is a conveyance of discourse through media games, and in the context of digital media, a new framework for gender, and sexuality has emerged, challenging traditional norms, offering alternative language and a framework for identity. Let me give an emphasis on this. When you're talking about, new framework for gender in video games has been, created for gender as well as sexuality has emerged, challenging the traditional norms. When a person plays a game, he immerses himself into a character. When he's playing that game, he immerses himself into as a character, you can say. So all those feelings are simulated, okay, within him or her. If he is playing that, he becomes that character, And in that character, you can say, there is no feeling of gender as such, you can say. So new frameworks, so alternative form of discourse is being created, alternative form, like robots, machines. Which category do you really put into that? When you look at the robots from gender point of view, okay, so you cannot say that they are having that feeling. But what is happening nowadays is that, in movies also, these are being shown. Robot, you must have seen of Rajinikanth, Aishwarya Rai ka. So he falls in love at the end. Robot ka feelings, he starts developing his emotional feelings towards her. So similarly, movies also, Horizon Dawn, Horizon Zero Dawn. There also we see something different, but that is, and so it is very important to understand. So that is the first conveyance of discourse is there. If you want to establish a new form of discourse, you can do that through media studies, through media, via platform. Okay, UGC, user-generated content. I was talking about that is also there. The second aspect through which you can look at digital media is, you can say, interactivity and co-creation. That happens because when you are sitting or making use of social networking site, you are expressing your views. There is interaction, co-creation. So user-generated contents are there, you can say. This death of author. Foucault talks about the Bible. So today, nowadays, there is no author at all, you can say. So these users, they become the authors, original authors. Then there is another aspect to it. You can social networking and identity formation, which happens, and then finally amplifying marginalized voices. There in the virtual spaces or digital spaces, you don't know which gender that person belongs to. So marginalized voices, they find a kind of a platform where they create an alternative discourse of their own, alternative form of discourse, alternative form of identity for themselves. Okay, they create it, okay, and then they feel privileged. Yes, so they are having a platform in order to create a new form of identity, I would say. There are two factors which are changing today's identity. One is, I would say, uh, empowerment and agency. Through these two things, today, nowadays, you can say identity is being, changed, you can say, by chance. For example, let me give an example of an actress, her name was Cynthia Nixon, if you remember, okay, a well-known film actress. She suggests that her sexual identity is a choice, emphasizing her right to define her sexuality. She rejects the idea that she was mistaken about her sexuality and suggests that for her, choosing her sexual identity is a valid and empowering decision. So, new liberal social milieu, fosters a discourse that really entertains the idea of choosing one's sexuality, and digital culture is a platform which really provides a platform for everybody to do that. Now, let me briefly talk about this Horizon Zero Dawn. What happens is that this is a video game, okay, when you talk about Europe, okay? It's a story which is set in the backdrop of 31st century, okay? A post-apocalyptic world, okay, where humanity has regressed to tribal organizations. And the protagonist is a woman character, Aloy, a young girl who is an outcast, adopted by another outcast. So she is exploring her identity, trying to figure out her identity and what happened to Earth. So she is doing that. So we see, we witness the fact that identity changes as per, I would say, uh, when you get new platforms, there also you see, look at, and when you look at, you get a new platform, you raise your voice, you try to create an agency. Even in normal interactions also, an agency is created through disruption. Agency is created the moment you're trying to enter a domain where you don't have authorization. So you try to raise your voice, and then alternative is created. And then there is another movie, Ex Machina, which is science fiction. Just I'm concluding, just 1 minute left. Yeah, Ex Machina, a movie. It's a movie. You may watch it. Okay, it's a science fiction thriller. Okay, directed by X Garland. Okay, this is critically acclaimed movie. Which explores the relations between the human and feminist post-humanism. There's a relation which is being explored here, and AI and cyborg figuration through the depiction of humanoid artificial intelligence Eva. Okay, and the cyborg figuration undertakes a journey from female AI to cross. So there, what we witness in that movie is that the heroine is Eva is gynoid. You can say a machine AI. Okay, and when the person who creates her, you can say, doesn't know that what will be the impact later on. She develops, emotional attachment towards the creator, okay, the person who has created, and ultimately, she understands that this person might end my life by removing all the parts. So she kills him, okay, in that movie itself. Okay. So we see that there's a reversal of roles which are being shown in the movies also, be it in virtual spheres or be it in digital modes. In both spheres, you can say, we can look at these gender roles happening everywhere. So when we talk about artificial life, I think today we need to understand it also from post-human point of view, where human relationship is coming almost to an end, where machines are taking over our lives. Thank you so much. With that, I would.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajesh. I know as per our original schedule, it's lunch break, but yeah, we're in fact running late. So, Professor Nishad, in fact, has to leave because of some emergency need. But we do have, I guess, about 5 minutes running for Q&A, and then we can proceed. 10 minutes, yeah, okay. So that's good for us. I mean, of course, if you are hungry, you can keep your mouth shut and not ask any questions. Then we will wind up early. But feel free to ask some questions. If you have anything that is specific to Professor Nishad, we may not be able to address that, but feel free to drop it, pass it on to the organizers. I'm sure she'll be willing to respond to you if there is a specific question for her. But we do have a very wide expanse of discussions that we can have with Dr. Rajesh. And I believe that if there are questions which are not really pertaining to that, I think the organizers can step up and answer for you. But yeah, let's have some questions if you have. We have
Okay.
questions here.
I have a comment.
Yeah, Dr. Rajesh, thank you for your deliberations, I would say. However, I feel at some point you oversimplified the category of human and post-human, or perhaps what you meant is the modernism and the post-humanism. Now, okay, my point. Okay, so okay, sir. My point here is, in light of the first lecture, Professor Dubey, who referred to Matthew Arnold, what I would like you to reflect upon is, if we look at his work, Culture and Anarchy, we see that he was among the few people, apart from the key philosophers, who talked about anarchy. So, can you comment on Culture and Anarchy in the sense that what I feel there are merger of possibilities in terms of the title. What I watched in light of your lecture, which is interesting, that there is a merger of possibilities. So let us not categorize in terms of post-human and pre-human and all, because I think it's time to dissolve the categories. Your comment.
I can't comment much on that cultural anarchy. But I think the whole idea is to understand which era we are living in and how we can contextualize with the culture.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Culture, yeah. So, it's true that we need to work on it as to how we can really socialize our culture, which is, way of living, way of life. And there are situations which really lead us to a state of anarchy, where we find that we might feel isolated. We might be in a state of isolation. That is happening only because of lack of social appreciation, which we are not, looking at the present context I'm talking about. So culture develops that kind of relationship. But the moment we try to switch over from culture to technology, when we talk about post-human, technology is having much more impact, than the culture. Remember that. So nowadays, what is happening? Technology has overtaken us, and it's trying to have control over all of us. So we need to, in order to strike a balance, we need to have control over that. People are talking about GPT. Give it chat. But there is a solution for that also. Like I'm offering a diploma course, I get poems, notes. What I do generally, I put it through the antivirus. I get to know that yes, this is not true. So there is a solution for it also. But we also cannot ignore the fact that we are, moving much more ahead than you can say. When you look at it from like a development point of view, we have reached an era from where it's very difficult to come back. Okay. If you remember, I was referring to Rousseau. Rousseau, at that time, he talks about artificial inequalities. People are feeling artificial inequalities in the society, because of which people are feeling so marginalized. So, if you look at anarchy, that also could be, accommodated by certain people, I mean, who may not be happy with the, so-called, so there is always a binary opposition which is happening. So in order to establish a balance, we need to have control over the binary oppositions also, and then only there will be solution.
Anyone from the students? No, there's one at the back. At the back. I'll come to you, brother.
Hello, sir. So you have briefly mentioned that with the advent of post-humanism, we will have human relationships will come to an end. Can you prophesize or at least, maybe predict how this will come to happen? And if in any case this does come to happen, how is it that we cease to call them relations? Because in the end, if we are talking to another human being, there is some problem.
Yeah, thank you. It was a beautiful question. See, human relation can never come to an end. It is we who have to have control over ourselves. When we talk about post-humanism doesn't talk that the fact that there is no human relationship at all. It is, I mean, you cross the boundary when you do not have control over certain things. If we are using, suppose, technology, okay. Let me give you an example of my own son. Okay, so once it so happened that I watched his video on YouTube without knowing, and all of a sudden I saw this photo. What happened? I don't know whether he's recording videos. How come he recorded this video? Then I called him. Beta, I saw your video there on YouTube. Is that you? Yes, Papa. I said, how come I am so astonished that you have been doing it without my knowledge? He said, Papa, when I am alone, I don't have friends. What should I do? Then I take resort to this. Okay, and then I started making good videos on it. But then I had reflection on this fact. How should I change this mind? And then I started giving, started talking to him, counseling him. Okay, I started telling him that I make friends, go with friends outside, and maybe play with them, and then you can change. And then he had a tremendous changes in it. Now today he's very happy. He's got into that. Yes, Papa, now. So there is a change which you can make yourself. If you are determined, you can make those changes. But human relations can never come to an end. I mean, that is the thing which really is making us alive in this world. If you don't have social relations, there is no humanism. There is no existence at all. I hope you are getting it. Yes. So it can never come to an end. You can say. I mean, it may be for temporary time, for a particular time, you may be taking help of AI and things, but for good purpose, we should take it. If we are having negative mindset, that it will go to destroy.
Yeah, brother.
Quickly. This question is to the chair only. The thing is we need to, of course, we use this ChatGPT and other AI, or we need to it also generate the ideas from existing resources. So how do you look at this when we have to prepare something historical account with highly charged emotions, and how it responds and how it provides data without having sufficient amount of data in it? So how do you look at with reference to the Northeast? Suppose if I ask AI to write a novel, with the Northeast in 10 minutes, how will it respond? How will you respond to that novel?
Yeah, there has never been a question to the chair, actually. You broke the norm. But yeah, I will partly take that and respond to it later in the concluding remarks. But if there's any more questions from the students, I want to give chance to the students. Because after all, this seminar is also very much for you. Anyone at the back? Or are you all waiting for food?
So you can answer.
No one? Yeah, perhaps maybe we can also conclude. Do you have any concluding remarks? Yeah. Okay. So no, there's a lot of challenge for us. I have more questions than answers, Brother Raj, and I think we're all on this boat together. We have a lot of things that we need to think through. I was also just thinking about, when we look at, as teachers, we are quite baffled by the interventions of technology, especially AIs now. And I think research has clearly shown that over the human history, technology and education has gone hand in hand. But at most points of times, technology goes ahead of education, and we are left to catch up with it. And I think we are at that phase once again. We're not really sure whether we're really equipped for it. When COVID hit us, we are like taken for a, we're given a loan to how to handle this situation. Everybody took to online classes. We don't really know how to keep our kids engaged. And I know students have their own way of getting away with all these things. And now I think we have this problem of which is the original. I mean, everybody generates answers from ChatGPT. And I don't really know who is the first to generate it, which is the one who actually circulated because you have multiples of them. And so the problem is much more, and I mean, I'm more interested in learning how people actually look at it. But I think we also have to take into consideration the issue of ethics. And I think because ethics is something that would not disappear from our society as long as we're human beings. We are sensible, considerate human beings. And I think for students, I think you should consider what is ethical or not. And I think whether we are teaching you upfront on that, maybe this is not a philosophy class or sort of a thing, but I think we certainly need to look at, like Professor Kavita was mentioning, all these things will come, but whoever puts an effort to building up an answer or writing an assignment will learn much more than generating something. We often are left to use very less of our brain, our intelligence. We actually allow intelligence only from outside. We have outsourced our intelligence. And I think that's the problem which we have. And of course, there are, on the other side, there are a lot of challenges. Robots are there to help us. Recently there is this news about Elon Musk, going on a date with a robot girlfriend, and supposedly came out saying, robot girlfriend is better than, human. So, of course, Elon Musk is Elon Musk. We all understand. But we have these challenges. I think what Dr. Rakesh and both Professor Nishad, even if she's not here, have rightly argued that these are things which will be part of our life, and yet we have a lot of things to think through. And I think we are still in the phase of trying to understand how best we can negotiate and take things forward. These are not necessarily always negative things, as as somebody who is from an open university, he knows the use of technology much more than many of us who are from a traditional classroom teaching. So I think there's a lot for us to explore, and I think this has been an engaging session. And I'm sure you all come back after lunch. And with that, I will close the session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Veo and Dr. Rajesh. ज्ञान की भूख तृप्त हो गई है, अब पेट की भूख भी तृप्त करनी है. So I would request you to move, the teachers and the guests to move to the designated area downstairs. Students must stay in the hall. You will be provided with coupons, which you can cash in whatever way you want. So thank you. We conclude this session.
तो सही अभी आएंगे बीच में
क्या अच्छा हाँ उनके क्वालिफिकेशंस ये रहा ठीक है जब इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे तो मैं बोलूँगा Students at the back, please settle down. We are beginning our second session for the day. Our chair for the session is Professor Nilanjana Mukherjee. I'm sorry. She teaches at this college. She's been teaching here for a very long time. Our first speaker for the day, for this session, is Professor Sanjeev Goel, and our second speaker is Professor Chandra Dubey. I request the three to please join us at the stage. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Let me just briefly introduce Professor Nilanjana Mukherjee. With nearly 2 decades of teaching experience at the University of Delhi, she has made significant contributions to literary studies. Her work focuses on space, place, and cartography in narratives and visual cultures. Her acclaimed works include Spatial Imaginings in the Age of Colonial Cartography, Cartographic Reason, and Mapping India, Transitions and Transformations, 18th and 19th centuries. She has been a recipient of prestigious awards such as the Delhi University Foundation Day Award for Teaching Excellence and the Meenakshi Mukherjee Memorial Prize. She has also held esteemed fellowships at at institutions like the University of Edinburgh, King's College London, and Harvard University. I request Mr. Gaurav Kumar and Dr. Komal Agrawal to please step forward and felicitate Professor Mukherjee. Garima ma'am, if you could please join Gaurav.
It is an honor to welcome Professor Sanjeev Goel, a distinguished scholar and poet whose academic journey has been deeply engaged with the works of Adrian Rich. A prolific researcher, he has presented papers at numerous national and international conferences and has conducted workshops in creative writing and translation. Beyond academia, Dr. Goel is a celebrated Hindi poet with his collection Ungliyon Mein Parchhai, earning the prestigious Malka Singh Sisodia Puraskar. His later volume, Ghar Khwabon Se Banta Hai, was published in 2024. A skilled translator, he has brought German and Polish poetry into Hindi, as well as works by poets such as Charles Bukowski, Carlos Drummond de Andre, and Sharon Olds. So I now request Mr. Arun Avana and Ms. Apurva to come forward and present him with a planter and an announcement. So,
In case they're absent, maybe Dr. Ira Gaur and Dr. Chetan Katoj can do the honors. Thank you. And finally, it's my privilege to introduce Professor Chandrasekhar Dubey. He is a distinguished scholar, poet, and writer and translator. Uh, Specializes in 19th century English literature, cultural studies, post-colonial and Indian literature, and Santhali folk studies. He has successfully completed major research projects, contributed to academic publications, and presented at national and international conferences. His excellence has been recognized with the Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan Distinguished Professor Award in 2021 and the Maharishi Vedvyas International Award in 2024 for his poetry collection, Door and the World. Uh, we welcome him and we request Ms. Ritam Gupta and Ms. Charu Chopra to kindly felicitate him. Thank you. And now I would request the chair of the session, Professor Mukherjee, to take on from here.
Thank you, Pranay and Dubey. Thank you, Pranay and Mohini. I now begin this session with a few comments and what I'm looking forward to. In the last few sections, there are certain things which have come up. There's one aspect of desire that people have talked about. There's also the concept of time and temporality and what has digital cultures, what have digital cultures done? Is it empowering or disempowering? There's also this concept of travel, of knowledge across spaces. So these two dimensions of space and time have to be taken into account when we talk about digital cultures and how it has transformed knowledge and communication. Now we have to fundamentally understand what literature is and how it's different from the other kind of studies or disciplines that we have, which we are exposed to. Literature connects people. It is thought to be very powerful. Why? Can anybody answer that? I'm just keeping it a little open so that students can chip in. I see a predominantly student, population here. So, can anybody say how is it different from the other subjects that we do? Literature, yeah. Anybody?
Yes.
Yes.
The thing with literature is that it takes a portion from reality and at the same time it tries to move away from reality.
Mm-hmm.
So we are at the same time living in our world and at the same time not living in that world. So that gives it that powerful appeal.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Yes.
Literature also gives us the freedom to imagine and we can write whatever we want to.
Yes.
And it also gives us an escape from reality.
Right.
As you know, like words have a lot of impact.
Yes.
So through our homes or any escape, we can also make a lot of impact.
So words and this literal quality that you're talking about is evident in other subjects as well. What we consider as text, right? Knowledge comes to us through text and textuality. But it is through emotions that we connect with people, right? So emotion is one of the aspects of literature which we do not talk about. And this element is only there in literature and not in other subjects. We try to eliminate
affect and emotion from the other subjects that we learn about or talk about. When we try to be objective, we prioritize being objective. Right? Literature is significantly different in that sense. So it falls under the pure domain of humanities and human studies. In this, creativity takes a very unique kind of place, right? So imagination, creativity, emotion, the need to communicate, the need to reach out, that is much more effective in literature than any other disciplines that you have. Today, I am looking forward to a discussion on post AI. How is human creativity moving forward? How is it coping up with the onslaught or being empowered by the coming of this age of artificial intelligence, artificial times? Artificial can also be something which is aligned to artifice or art. No? So in that sense, everything is make believe. Literature is make believe, right? And how is this artificial times and artificial age how is literature dealing with these times? So I'm looking forward to Professor Dubey first. Professor Kaushal first, and then Professor Dubey. So the stage is up to you. Thank you.
Is it on?
You can turn it on.
Okay. So thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me here and giving me this opportunity to be with you and listen to so many enlightened speeches and ideas. And thank you very much, Professor Nilanjana, and for introducing and all that. See, there are several questions, and I also have questions. I don't have answers. We are all grappling with so many situations. Fine. So we are here. I'm not somebody who is actually standing on a dais at a higher position from where I can actually preach you, but rather to be more visible. Okay, when I'm discussing things with you, I should be more visible. So I think this stage has been prepared in this way. So there is no hierarchy when I'm speaking, and I don't think that I have any kind of anyway, I'm an authority on this. Okay, but there are some certain things which I've been thinking over, and as a writer, this is my responsibility to think what is happening to the world right now, and to come with certain solutions if possible. So, I was talking to my son. He's of your age. He's also studying in university, and he's doing BTech in computer science. And his specialization is artificial intelligence. So I was asking him, how do you see the future, and what is your opinion about it? And he said that it is very difficult to predict. It is only a small portion that we are exposed to right now, and there can be a very, very different scenario. So, my experience with technology is also very limited. I come from an age when I was doing my PhD, I was introduced to computers, and we started using internet when I was almost 24, 25. So, but you people are born with so many things that we are living with right now. So, when I was talking to him, he said that one day he was trying to while working on some project, he was trying to delete his file. Okay, and this is very interesting. And he said that when I gave the command, the file automatically got saved somewhere else, and it did not get I mean, he tried it several times, but it could not be deleted. And so artificial intelligence is not that artificial. It is actually intelligent. It is a matter of survival. We also try to survive in this world, and technology or artificial intelligence has now got that kind of intelligence and rigor that it also wants to survive. Okay, so this is a very, very serious thing, that even if you try to destroy something, delete something, you cannot succeed so easily. So there are several questions, and there are several threats also. I was talking to a friend of mine. He is, a high-placed officer with the government of India. So Indian government recently organized a conference where almost 2,000 people all over the world, all engineers and technocrats, they came together here, and they discussed the possibilities of developing technology in next 5 years. Okay, and when I was discussing things with him, he told me that now all doctors have been advised to upload. I mean, many hospitals are doing actually these things, and they have been advised to upload whatever they suggest. What are the, if you are getting your X-ray done, the report has to be uploaded. So there is a possibility now that all these data will be uploaded, and if you have any problem with you, you will go and get some tests done, and you will ask the AI, and AI will give you the right medicine, even more accurately than a doctor can prescribe. I mean, it is all about knowing an illness, okay, a disease, a virus. Okay, so not just teachers, but other people also in other disciplines. I mean, if you are planning to like renovate your house, you have to just ask the AI, what things do I need to do up in my house, and they will prepare a plan and give it to you. So even architects are at stake. I mean, their future is at stake. Teachers are at stake. Okay, their future is at stake. So there is a tangible threat. Okay, it's not that easy. I mean, this is just the initiation, and beyond the point, I mean, just think of the scenario after 20 years, 15 years, or beyond that. What will happen? So there are questions which are still unanswered, and there are scenarios which are still unimagined. So we have to think over these things very seriously. Okay, and I think that by organizing such a seminar, this college has done a wonderful thing, because people are not still thinking about these things. Okay, so let us ask some questions. Okay, as a writer, I'll talk more about creativity, how creativity is going to survive, because as several people said, you can ask the Chat GPT to write a poem. Okay, and the poem will appear. I also asked actually Chat GPT. I've been writing a poem since 98, so almost 27 years into poetry writing. Now, when I asked Chat GPT, I'll read the poem, and then I'll read my poem, and then read the poem which Chat GPT produced. Okay, it's a very small poem. The title of the poem is Brush Stand. लकड़ी के ब्रश स्टैंड में दो टूथब्रश रखे हैं, एक दूसरे से सटे, एक दूसरे को सहारा देते, सांसों की ताजगी से भरे हुए। इतने बड़े घर में यही एक जगह है जहां हम साथ साथ रहते हैं. Now this is my poem, and when I asked the Chat GPT to produce a poem or write a poem on this, it came up with this. एंड इट सेड, बिल्कुल यहाँ एक ब्रश स्टैंड पर हिंदी में कविता है. ब्रश स्टैंड की कहानी. कोने में चुपचाप खड़ा हर सुबह एक गवाह, भीगे ब्रशों का सहारा, संग दर्पण की परछाई सदा, कतारों में खड़े हैं साथी, कभी ताजे कभी पुराने, रंगों में घुले कुछ चेहरे, कुछ पर अब भी धूल के निशान। हर दिन देखे बदलते मौसम, पेस्ट की खुशबू, पानी का गान, खुद को बस धातु या प्लास्टिक, खुद तो बस धातु या प्लास्टिक पर रखे कितनी यादों का मान, बच्चों की हंसी, नींद भरी आंखें, जल्दबाजी में गिरता एक ब्रश, दिन की शुरुआत का मूक साक्षी, छोटे से जीवन में कितना रस, दर्पण के सामने अकेला खड़ा अकेला, फिर भी कितनों का साथी है, ब्रश स्टैंड तुम तो साधारण हो पर तुम्हारी दुनिया अनोखी है. Now look at it. I mean, it has followed a rhyme scheme. There are so many aspects of life which are there. But is it a poem? I mean, the question is, what kind of life it is projecting? The first question, is it able to capture any kind of complexity that we deal with in life? Okay, poetry is not about creating rhymes and creating music. Okay, it is more about capturing or being able to come up with any kind of solution, or at least show what life is all about or what complexity it presents. Okay, and then he said, चाहो तो इसे और भावुक और मजाकिया बना दूं. Okay, so it was more interesting. I was intrigued to go further. मैंने कहा बिल्कुल यहाँ एक और भावनात्मक कविता. So then it became even more interesting. ब्रश स्टैंड की खामोशी, पहले था ब्रश स्टैंड की कहानी, and then because it is more emotional, so emotions are there, and then it has become silent, so खामोशी is there, and look at it. बाथरूम के कोने में चुपचाप खड़ा एक ब्रश स्टैंड हर सुबह का हमसफर बना, किसी ने कभी पूछा नहीं उसका हाल, पर हर मुस्कान हर थकान का वो गवाह बना, भीगे ब्रशों की ठंडी छुअन, पेस्ट की खुशबू, बहता पानी, हर दिन का पहला स्पर्श, उसकी किस्मत में सिर्फ ये कहानी, कभी बच्चों की खिलखिलाहट, कभी देर तक थकी सांसें, हर चेहरे का रंग देखा उसने, हर आदमी है something. Okay, so, and it's a long poem. I think it did it in just seconds. Okay, and I cannot do it. Nobody can do it. Even if you try, I mean, 10 of you get together and try to write something like this, I think we'll not be able to do it. But then we have to ask some fundamental questions. Okay, and is this creativity? What is creativity? Okay, so, I mean, I also grapple with this question, and why do we write? Do we write to satisfy ourselves that we are able to, I mean, do something? We call themselves writers, and somebody said that we write because we want to depict some kind of reality and want to escape from reality. Do we actually escape from reality? I mean, somebody said that we escape from reality.
Human life. Lecture that I do this kind of thing. So you learn through hard work. When you ask an AI to produce a poem, you don't learn it. Okay. When I read my earlier drafts from say 20 years back, I find that I was actually struggling with each and every line. And when I actually read John Keats's drafts, there was a Keats's craftsmanship, and that was the time when I came to know that even great writers had to. I mean, they also had to struggle, and they struggled in life, and it's not that easy. I mean, the imagination or the inspiration doesn't come so easily to any writer. So a writer has to struggle. Okay, and this struggle is not just of writing something perfect, but also of understanding life. Okay, so if you remove literature from your life, or for example, I mean, people say that there is a threat to humanities. Because see what humanities as subjects do, they give you perspectives. They throw light on the same problem from different angles, and they allow you. I mean, a person from political science will tell you how to think politically and what are the meanings of a particular incident politically. A person from sociology will give you a social aspect of that thing. So these things allow you to grow as an individual. Okay, so this is the most important thing. I mean, when we take birth, we don't become a human being. The becoming of a human being is actually a process. Okay, and this process is a very long process. It is not that easy. These institutions have been created, schools and colleges, they have been created keeping in mind our long training. So I'll again read a poem, very small poem. This poem is titled Guru. Search. मोर होना मोरों से सीखते हैं, भेड़िया होना भेड़िए भेड़ियों से, आदमी होना आदमियों से ही सीख सकते हैं, मोरों और भेड़ियों से नहीं. अपने आसपास देखो और ढूंढो, आदमी कहाँ है? So, if you think that AI can provide you the answers to your questions, you are absolutely wrong. Yeah, when Chetan was giving his speech, he said that some friends asked AI to write a poem in the manner of T.S. Eliot. You can ask AI when T.S. Eliot is there. When there is no T.S. Eliot, no Ghalib, what will you ask? The question is this. Only when you have great writers and they have struggled in their lives, only then you can ask AI. But if there is no great writer and if you have lines only of AI, then AI will repeatedly produce the same thing. The creativity will die. There will be nothing actually to call any creative writing. So this is a great challenge. Okay, and that's why it's important to be aware of AI and to be in the company of books. Okay. For example, I mean, most of you even now are on the mobile phones. Fine. These mobile phones were created thinking that we'll get connected. Are we actually connected? Okay. Do you think that we know each other better than those who were studying 20, 30 years back? So these are very serious questions. These technologies have been introduced thinking they'll make our life better. Are we becoming better? Are we not getting isolated? So this question of isolation is also
very, very important. It's an existential question. What will happen to our life if we are completely isolated? If we think that we can, instead of having a boyfriend or girlfriend or friend, we can have a machine as our friend or as our girlfriend. What will happen? So, I mean, if you are making machine as your friend, it means you are cutting yourself off from the society, and you are actually loving your own self. You are entering into your own self. Instead of opening your personality or yourself to the outside world, you are going inside. Fine. So there are several dangers, and we don't realize these dangers are there. They are actually lurking. Okay. So one has to be extremely careful while using AI tools. Okay. So there is an author, Arthur Miller. He is a physicist and a historian of science. He has explored creativity in depth, especially in his book Colliding Worlds: How Cutting-Edge Science is Redefining Contemporary Art. According to Miller, creativity is the process of bringing together existing ideas in new ways to produce something that is both noble and valuable. So that value is also attached to creativity. You can't create anything which is of no value. Okay, and value has ethical and cultural meaning. So our association, our coming together is the first requirement to sustain as a society. Okay. He emphasizes that creativity isn't limited to art, it exists in science, technology, and even artificial intelligence. Miller sees creativity as a fusion of imagination and knowledge, where both scientific discovery and artistic innovation arise from the same creative impulse. He also believes collaboration across disciplines like art and science enhances creativity by exposing individuals to new ways of thinking. So it is okay to use these tools to enhance your own knowledge, to use them as a helping hand. Okay, but too much of dependence or for every answer, for every question, if you look for AI, then everything will be lost. Okay, so in literature, creativity refers to the ability of writers to craft original and imaginative works using language as their medium. So I will also talk about how imagination functions and what do we really mean by imagination. Is it something which is completely cut off from our reality? The word, the Hindi word for imagination is kalpana. And we think that kalpana means khayali pulav, something which. Okay, so I was asking this question to my students in the class that how do we imagine? Is it anyway related to reality? So I asked the same question to you. Is it related to reality can be imagined without being connected or deeply connected with our own realities? What do you think? Any answer?
The primary imagination comes from reality itself. It's when we know that an entity like a tree exists, only then we can think about it and imagine that a tree does exist in our imagination. And then taking this up, we can then imagine thoughts about trees. So, we have an example of a tree, so then we can imagine a tree.
Okay, so is it also related to our experiences? Fine. Suppose you are a boxer. Okay. You all know how to, punch something. Do you think that you can create a new punch without being a boxer, and that too an elite boxer? So imagination only functions when you are deeply rooted in reality. You know your art, okay? You know your work thoroughly. Only then you can be imaginative. Only then you can come up with something new. people generally think that being imaginative means we can think without without having any connection with reality. Okay, so when a writer writes, he writes for people. Why do I write? I mean, this is one important question. I write because I feel pain when I see somebody facing any challenge and difficulty. Can an AI tool do this? Can it establish any kind of connection with outside world, or can it cry for anybody? So, I mean, this is a fundamental question. A writer actually is writing for society. The creativity that we see in a writer is creativity for humanity in general. Okay, and for obvious, I mean, definitely when you see any particular thing happening in life, you get some kind of prompt from there, and then you write. Okay, so if we cut ourselves from reality, no imagination is possible. Okay, and it is also not an escape from reality, rather it is a return to reality. Okay, with a lot of inputs, lot of imagination, and some kind of solutions. Okay, so writers, should I continue?
No, you have around 5 minutes.
Okay, fine. So, okay, so there are several good things that artificial intelligence provides, and there are some certain other things, some challenges. So I will come to that. Artificial intelligence works solely on the basis of available data. In this way, it is not so easy for it to come up with something truly new. The second thing is that most new ideas emerge from the struggle when we are grappling with a problem. That is when a new idea is born. Is there any possibility of artificial intelligence could go through human struggles and feel human needs so deeply that it could generate an original idea on its own? Our imagination is deeply connected to our experiences. Only the person who has gained, okay, I have dealt upon this. The chances of novice inventing a new move are very less. Okay, so creativity requires deep expertise in a particular subject, and for that, long experience is necessary. No one can come up with creative idea just by having a dream overnight. Okay, so creativity is born on the solid ground of experience. But then there are certain one advantage of artificial intelligence could be that it can provide writers with new and diverse topics. Okay, so you can take clues from AI, and I mean, though there is no dearth of subjects, if you can look into society, what is happening there, you can always get many subjects to write on. Okay. Often when you need some essential information on a subject, AI can assist you. In many cases, AI can also play a significant role in helping you understand a concept properly. It can provide good translations, and I think this is something which is very important. There are several people who can't read in English, but if there is anything which they have to read, they can get it translated. And translations, generally, I mean, those translations are okay when we ask ChatGPT to translate anything. So, but then there are some dangers. A creative writer should be extremely cautious when it comes to using artificial intelligence. There can be many dangers. If a writer starts relying too heavily on AI, they could lose their authentic voice. Initially, they might not even realize this, but over time, they could become completely original. Our major concern is originality, because AI only offers suggestions based on available material, which increases the risk of plagiarism. in your work, under the pressure of gaining recognition, and which is also a threat to the youngsters. They want to get recognized and fame. It wouldn't be surprising if this happens more than often. Writing is a deeply personal process where a writer preserves his experiences and presents them to readers in his unique voice. Okay, so this is something very important. If you don't have the mark of your individuality on the work, then it will not survive. And AI, I think, however sophisticated it becomes, I don't think it will have that kind of possibility. Because it can't connect directly with the problems of society. Whatever you feed it with, it can come up with answers. Okay, so I think most issues related to life are complex in nature and are not easy to understand. Oversimplification often destroys their essence. That's the reason when a writer, after years of hard work, learns to grapple with complex subjects and writes about them with depth, only then do those issues gain literary significance. If a writer starts writing solely based on information, he will never be able to do justice to any issue. So another important point is that a piece of writing is not just information, it holds within it the essence of life, or rather it is part of life itself. In such a case, any piece of writing created through artificial intelligence will never be able to connect with people on an emotional level. It will always carry a certain artificial quality which can ruin any work of art. So with this, I end myself, and I think that you will use AI with some precaution. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kaushal, for that very enlightening talk, and it has deeply touched us. We will take them after listening to Professor Dubey, who will give us a talk on challenges of AI or ChatGPT to literature and its possible solutions. Speaking on from what Professor Kaushal just said, I think this will be another session which will relate to the earlier talk and delve into the issues in move forward. So over to you, Professor.
Before I begin this session, as I have been assigned the job of Professor Vivek from IP University, since he couldn't turn up, and my friend Chetan told me that you have to do the honor. I accepted it without any preparations, and that's why I'm here. So today I'm going to talk about challenges to literature by AI and the possible solutions. Every time you go to classroom, you are meeting a poet's congregation, people are talking about ChatGPT and the reproduction by the ChatGPT and AI. So that has been my concern. Last year I was in a Chennai in an award ceremony, and I the same problem was repeated time and over again. I think Professor Kaushal has already told about the challenges a bit, but I'm going to formulate it in more clear terms. So ChatGPT, I realized for the first time in my class of creative writing, where I would give the students a situation and they were expected to write a poem, a story, or an adventure tale. They would come with amazing text. To my surprise, because I had already taught those students in earlier semesters. and I knew their capability. So when they came up with an adventure story, the only mistake that they could not edit were the names. All the characters would be Alex, Jim, Alexandria, and English, all English names. But anyhow, I could sense that they have borrowed it from somewhere. If now the question arises, does the text generated by AI or chat GPT has a particular author or not? Or is it authorless in this artificial time? So the question is genuine, and that leads me to a few questions that I would pose before you. Can chat GPT or AI predict the future trends in literature? Question number one. Can AI or chat GPT produce literature, future trends in literature? Then question number two, can AI-driven materials create deep emotional impacts in their works? Number three, third question is, can ChatGPT lead to creation of new forms, new styles, and unprecedented situations which are not existing in the web world? The answer is no, it can. AI, as I was talking to my son yesterday when Chetan told me about his from IIT Delhi and computer science engineer, he told, no, it cannot. We are at the very initial stage and we have to discover what they do, that they pick up the simulated amounts of data which have been trained to artificially to collect from the authors. Now you can say that how it cannot raise the issue of plagiarism. The answer is very simple. The answer is very simple because it is taking bits from here, the another bits from there, and so they simulate and produce before you. As Professor Kausal was reading his poems, and you found that it was barely a poem because there were only rhyme and not the deep sense which the earlier poem composed by him evoked. So that is ChatGPT. Now, let me come to this question. So I had given 3 questions to you to pause and ponder. So reserve it for yourself and get answer for yourself. Challenges of AI to literature. Artificial intelligence is reshaping the literary world. From automated content generation to AI assisted editing and publishing with AI. AI offers efficiency, no doubt, innovation, of course, and it also suggests certain trends, but not the original ones, but which have been on the webs created by the previous writers. AI can pick up, ChatGPT can pick up from those sources only, and it can do a patchwork for us. So it also raises the question of creativity, authenticity, and ethics. Now, where is human author? Is it lost? Is it dead? If we go to the ChatGPT, you find that it is trying to spell the death of an author. Because someone rightly mentioned in the morning session that you ask ChatGPT to write a novel and you will write it within minutes. It's true. But you have the next question that they will pose to you, the AI or ChatGPT team, and that question is it what genre, and once you suggest the genre, they begin to write you. Otherwise, it is difficult for them also to write a very generalized novel. So human creativity is lost there. What even Sanjeev and others mentioned in the earlier session, that if you are too much addicted to chat GPT for every small help, you are also trying to damage your brain, your creativity, what Lamar calls atrophy through disuse. Because every time you want to write something, you want to create a content, you are falling back to AI, and that is damaging. It means that you are not applying your brain, and brain has its own algorithms, patterns. And if you don't give it to the brain, it will be substituted by the machine, which is going to be a Frankensteinian horror. So the first challenge is loss of human creativity and authenticity. When we speak of human creativity and authenticity, of course, emotional depths, personal experiences, nuances of life, which Premchand had presented in his novels. Life like real situations that Dostoevsky presented in his novel and in Dickens's world. So ChatGPT can, if you ask them to write a novel like Dickens, he will pick up from there only. But can we think it in terms of future? Probably no. And that is what we are trying to redefine human creativity. And while AI can mimic styles and generate content quickly, it struggles to produce an original work or emotionally resonant work. What it will keep? It will keep on doing the mimicry, replication, and not derivation. So when we speak of AI generated works, we speak of generating. And when we speak of human-driven works, we speak of creating. So that is the difference between machine and human being. The second challenge, which to me is plagiarism and ethical concerns. AI models are trained on vast amounts of data. Look here. Often sourced from existing literary works without proper attribution. Means you are not mentioning the person from whom you are borrowing. And that raises the copyright issues. And let me tell you, there are several cases between AI agency different and Authors Guild of India. You can also look for it on Google. There are many cases where the question of originality, of authorship, of plagiarism are involved. So it is also infringement of human issues, copyright, and ethical use of AI in literature. Plagiarism in AI-generated text may always be registered as plagiarized unless it is closely resembles something. Because when you check your paper or your works for plagiarism, turn it in or any tool you are applying, it only reads the similarity level. And that too on the word and the ideas. And if they find the in terms of percentage and that is presented. So tools like GPT-0 and originality.ai, these are the only tools which can check the AI generated text. Plagiarism for AI generated text. There is another quill board, and that is also one which can also change it. So these tools can tell you how to change the text which is already existing there, which most of the people say. I was a IQC head in my college, and many of the teachers were saying parallelism क्या है, इसे words को बदल दो, sentences को बदल दो, हट गया, zero हो गया. But that is unethical, and so it raises also the question of ethics. Then you find when you are trying to produce patterned literature based on certain models, what you are doing? You are doing the homogenization of styles and forms. So it would be repetitive, it would be formulaic, and you will find that the same patterns will be repeated time and again. And that I could give you an example. When I had told my students of creative writing to write a story, adventure tale, so they had changed the situations, but most of the patterns were the same. Some of the sentences were the same. So that could be detected easily. And here what you feel that AI tools can reinforce dominant styles rather than induce new ones. That's what I have been harping on. Unique regional voices are missing, and then there is a lack of diversity also, which you find in novels. It was said that the two great writers, when Amber Singh was comparing Premchand with Dostoevsky, so he told that there is two terms he used. One is depth and another is expansion. So any writers who qualifies for a great writer, or being a great writer, must have these two elements: गहराई, जिसे कहते हैं आप depth, और विस्तार, expansion. And this is what we find that AI cannot create unless and until it is the individual talent, lived experiences, feeling the troubles on the nerves, and then recreating literature. वियोगी होगा पहला कवि जो आह से उपजा होगा गान. And that's what you find in Shelley, Keats, many poets. So AI tools can dilute these things, and so you don't have the diversity of voices, peculiarity of voices, natural voices. Then AI, to me, is also posing a great challenge to publishing industry. And with AI-generated content, you find unprecedented the growth of literature, AI-generated literature with unprecedented speed. You look at the Facebook and other platforms like Insta, you find there every day some verses or some content which are AI-generated, purely AI-generated. That doesn't mean that original authors are not there. They are there. But most of these texts are AI-generated texts. Then, so what you find that if you try to sell out the AI-generated text, what will happen with the younger generation, the budding authors and writers and the poets? They will not get place in publishing industry. So that is a threat. Then you see AI-generated literature also try to create literature based on biases, prejudices, which you can filter. And this will be not the proper representation of the marginalized voices. AI could be used to create misleading literature, deep fake literature, and also propaganda. It could be used for creating propaganda also. So my question is, can AI truly create literature with emotional depths, cultural significances, and unique artistic expression? That is the question which remains to be answered. Now, let me, because I think how much time is left? Wrap up now? Yeah. So I'm just giving you the outlines of solutions, how we can confront this dragon, AI generated dragon, which is in fact could be used for collecting the data, getting the outlines, but it could not be substitute to your brain or to your creativity. That is fatal. So encouraging human AI collaboration. That should be, instead of replacing the writer or the creator with the AI generated tool or machine, there should be a collaboration. And this collaboration should be more in the field of content creation, editing, and also it can enable some creativity among the youngsters. Authors should use AI for editing and improving, while the core process of human driven literature should remain intact. It means that originality is yours, accessories are from the machine, and you are trying to amalgamate these two elements to produce a body of literature. That could be okay. But if you take the core content from the AI machine and you try to supplement it with your editing, that is going to be fatal for academia, for literature, and also for the living poets. Then promoting diverse AI training data. I told you that AI is trying to replicate the data, which is already there. And therefore, they should try to promote homogenization of the diverse literary traditions, cultural perspectives, and languages. This will help AI generate more varied and inclusive content. Then regulating AI in the publishing industry, and that would be that publishers of journals or books, they should not accept the AI generated submissions. That should be put to rigorous tests and that should be scrapped or returned. So this is a must, and in this AI can create a separate place in the literary world where it is not a threat but a helper, a friend. So you see, if you treat the machine as your master, it can destroy. But if you treat the machine as your servant, it can serve you. So the machine should serve you. How? By bringing the data. Two important things which AI can do you, that it can provide you the immediate content, and that in plethora. And the second thing which it can provide to you is that accessibility, that you are getting you are trying to get it very soon. So it can also develop the bias detection things. AI presents finally both opportunities and challenges. It can enhance the challenges and accessibility, ethics and diversity by adopting responsible AI practices, AI generated content. We can ensure that literature continues to thrive in the age of artificial intelligence. Finally, with these 4 lines, I would end my lecture today. So let the screens and the systems rise. So let the screens and the systems rise. Let machine wear their disguise, but somewhere deep beneath the steel, a heart still beats. And it is real. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you very much, Professor Dubey, for raising very pertinent concerns which are facing us today. So concerns such as replicating dominant hierarchies through AI and what should be our resistance to it. So looking at biases, prejudices, etc., and diversity, concerns about diversity and inclusivity in AI. So what can be done in order to counter these challenges? I now throw open. How much time do we have, Pranav? So we have a lot of time. We encourage students to raise your questions to the speakers on the dais. Floor is open now for questions. I have a question, Professor, to both of you. These are we're talking here about the challenges, but most of the speakers in the sessions before this have also told us that these can be used in a way which are empowering. So, how do we embrace AI and counter these challenges? Your input.
Yeah. I think some of the speakers in the morning session, they try to address this question. And Nilanjana's question is very pertinent. We have to strike a balance, as I have been mentioning right from the beginning in my lecture. We have to strike a balance between AI generated content and human driven creativity. Now, so long as we are keeping the core of any piece of writing original, that is human driven, AI cannot damage much. So, you see, there are many AI tools which have been widely used all over the world. One is Grammarly, and there are other also sources which are trying to create an artificial world in a real time. So this is a paradoxical thing, and we have to contend both the elements together so that we can strike a balance and let the artificial intelligence and GPT-driven contents not precede the human beings and human efforts. So, sir, welcome. Please give a standing ovation to Professor Harish Trivedi. Nilanjana, I think I have answered the question. I will go ahead with the next session.
How much time do we still have? So can we take some questions from the students?
Yes.
So this question is for Kaushik sir. You said that there should be a case Eliot previously to have his poetry. But in his Eliot's own words, his individuality is of a different kind because he says you can be able to create your own individuality. And if we, for example, put a prompt for ChatGPT that give us a poem by T.S. Eliot, which gives the harshness of Manto, the harsh reality that is dealt with by some other author, or the boldness of Plath, the vulnerability of Plath. Is it not that a new kind of digital poet would be created, and is that digital poet is it capable of anything?
Thank you very much. You asked this question. It is actually complicated. Okay, So, and there are several things which are there in this question. First, I said that you can't ask AI to write something which is already not there. If you want AI to write imitating, for example, Ghalib, then if there is no Ghalib, you can't ask AI to write anything imitating him. So there has to be a writer, and the individuality of the writer, I mean, we refer to T.S. Eliot. So there is a tradition. I mean, you create your individuality out of the galaxy of writers who have been there, and after going through the works of these writers, you create your own individuality in your own conditions, in your own circumstances. So can you actually expect an AI which is having no individuality as such, there is no local or localization of that technology? So how can you expect it to have any kind of individuality? Okay. So and if writers are not there, you can't expect. And one more thing, I mean, when you write, I gave you an example. I asked the AI to write a poem on Persistent, and it composed a very long poem. So for any piece of art to become an important piece of art, it actually goes through a rigorous, process of editing. Then how, and a piece becomes readable only when it has gone through that process. So how do you do that? That is also an important question. AI itself cannot do it. Only a human being will do it. AI will, again, and when I asked it to be more emotional, it produced even a longer poem. Okay, instead of being concise, it said something even longer. So, I personally feel that individuality cannot be created in the text which is AI produced, and this is something which can save our work. Okay, that we cannot be fully replaced by the machine. So I think it answers it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Valedictory.
See, am I audible?
Yeah.
This question is to the first speaker. The thing is that, as we all know, that nothing can be freshly told because everything is told somewhere which we don't know exactly, right? So if everything is something which we cannot create fresh, or maybe we build through things like poems through different words, or buildings can be constructed through words, which is already told in different language, in different region, and different frontier. Then how can we question, how can we blame the ChatGPT for doing the same in a different way for us?
Should I answer? This is again coming to me.
Both of you can answer.
Well, this is true that there is nothing which has already been not created, but it doesn't mean that when a writer writes, he is actually producing or reproducing what has already been done. You have your own problems, okay, and you think over those problems in a new perspective. You have new ways of expressing things. Fine. So literature, or the newness of literature, resides in the way you have pondered over these problems. Okay, the way you have expressed those problems. Fine. And the way you have coined them. I mean, the words that are expressing those experiences. So in that sense, it is always new. Okay, and because there have been several people who have thought over these things. In that sense, we keep repeating, but still we preserve the freshness of thoughts through our writings.
Are there any other questions?
Are there any other questions? I think you can go ahead.
I have only request. We have discussed a lot of AI. Can we have this session concluded with a poem, any one poem by Professor Sanjeev?
So on
It's
public
difficult
demand,
for a poet to speak.
on public demand, we're having Professor Kaushal on the dais back again.
Yeah, you can never
Well, I think this will interest you. I think it is fine. I think no AI can produce this. Pariksha Kaksh, examination room. As a teacher, this is what I noticed and this is what I wrote. सवालों से खामोश हैं कुछ बच्चे, कुछ जवाबों से नाराज, कुछ को कांटों से चुभ रही हैं घड़ी की सुइयां, कुछ के हाथों से मेंढक की तरह फिसल रहा है वक्त, किसी का वक्त छिपकली सा चढ़ गया है दीवार पर और टकटकी बांधे घूर रहा है उसे, उत्तर पुस्तिका में ही गिर गया है किसी का उत्तर, वह हैरान है नजरों से मछली की तरह खींच रहा है उसे, कुछ दार्शनिक हो गए हैं जैसे कि पेड़, पत्तियों की तरह फड़फड़ा रहे हैं कुछ इस अनहोनी आंधी में, आज सब सबके दोस्त हैं, मदद की जरा सी उम्मीद से चमक उठते हैं बेरंग चेहरे, गर्दनें उचक कर कहीं भी पहुंच जाती हैं, आंखों ने ले लिया है कानों का काम, आवाज नहीं होठों के हिलने से ही सुन ली जाती है बात, इशारे टहल रहे हैं जैसे सुबह की सैर पर निकले हुए पड़ोसी, कागजों पर सरपट दौड़ रहा है ज्ञान, किसी को प्यास लगती है, किसी की प्यास अटक गई है हालत में, किसी को पानी तक नहीं पच रहा है आज, न जाने कितने जवाब उठते हैं और तोड़ देते हैं दम, यमराज सा खड़ा है शिक्षक आंखें गड़ाए हुए, शुक्रिया।
Delightful poem, Kaushal. I mean, on that note, I think we end this session and open the next one.
Thank you, Professor Nilanjana, Professor Kaushal, and Professor Dubey. We will break for tea now. Speakers, teachers, and students are requested to move downstairs for tea. And most importantly, students are requested to be back here as soon as possible. We shall be commencing with our valedictory session. Yeah, the tea is being served at the same spot for students as well as teachers. Thank you. मैं करूं? देखो वैलेडिक्टरी में तुम्हारा स्टार्ट hello and welcome back. We are beginning our valedictory address now, valedictory session. Our speaker is the extremely distinguished scholar, Professor Harish Trivedi. He shall be accompanied by Professor Poonam Trivedi, and the session shall be chaired by Professor Dubey. I request the three to please come to the stage.
It is a great privilege to welcome you, sir, a renowned scholar in post-colonialism and translation studies. He has made significant contributions to literary scholarship through his influential book Colonial Transactions, English Literature and India, and co-edited volumes on post-colonial and translation studies. With an illustrious academic career, he has served as a visiting professor at the University of Chicago, and SOAS London, and has been invited to lecture at some of the world's most prestigious institutions, including Oxford, Cambridge, Berkeley, and Melbourne. He has also played a key role in academic organizations, serving as Vice President of the Indian Association for Commonwealth, Literature, and Language Studies. His scholarship continues to shape global literary discourse. Professor Trivedi, we're grateful to have you.
Thank you. I request Ms. Garima Yadav and Dr. Sarvchetan Katoch to formally felicitate Professor Trivedi.
Oh, Ade.
We also have with us Professor Poonam Trivedi. She taught at the Department of English as a professor, IP College, University of Delhi, and she read for her doctorate at the Shakespeare Institute, University of Birmingham, UK. She has edited and authored a number of books on Shakespeare, published by as diverse and as prominent publishing houses as Orient Black Swan, Routledge, etc. Currently, she is the vice chair at the Asian Shakespeare Association and has also been formerly the secretary of the Shakespeare Society of India. We are fortunate to have her. I request Beena ma'am and Dubey sir to felicitate her. Thank you. And now I would request Professor Dubey to take over the proceedings as the chair of the session.
Is it working? It's my honor and privilege to have chaired this session. I welcome Professor Harish Trivedi ji and Professor Poonam Trivedi to this session. Professor Trivedi needs no introduction. He has been a literary giant, a critic, and an extraordinary scholar. What I have observed in different seminars as a research scholar, Rajasthan, BHU, Delhi, and I had opportunity to work with him while he was devising the new syllabus you are teaching in Indian literature for Delhi University. And I could see that he had brought so many luminaries to one platform to discuss each and every nuance of that syllabus. So, sir, I am grateful to you to have been to have the part of that great tradition. And apparently down the lines, down the years, what I noticed that there was a deterioration in academic standards and all. And so I dropped going to the seminars, and I would love to listen to his video, Ganesh Devi's videos, Jasvir's videos, and that was my pastime. So, sir, I welcome you once again, and I am reminded of one couplet. वो हमारी बज़ में आए, वो हमारी बज़ में आए, यहाँ तक मीर ने तो देखा, फिर चरागों में कोई रोशनी नहीं रही. So wherever he used to go, people would rush to him. Professor Trivedi आ गए, and फिर कोई चिरागों में रोशनी नहीं होती थी, because he would take the platform. So thank you, sir, and I welcome you. Nothing more. I want to speak because when he's on the stage, we have to listen. And it has been always a great pleasure to listen to you, sir. So I welcome you for today's lecture.
अगर रोशनी नहीं रहेगी तो जनरेटर तो है कि नहीं. I'm delighted to be here. It's an honor for me to stand here in this college. And can you hear me? Not at the back. I know you don't want to hear me, but in the front. Yeah. No, it's a great honor for me to be invited here. I wish I had been here all day. There were times when the valedictory speaker had very conscientiously to listen to the whole proceedings and then refer to them and sum them up. But I'm so glad that custom is over. There are many people to thank first, to remember and to thank. Let me reveal to you a secret that very few people in the world know, which links Shaheed Bhagat Singh College and myself. In the year 1969, after having taught at the University of Allahabad for 2 years, I decided to come to Delhi. I had no idea about anything in Delhi University. Nobody in Allahabad did. We thought we were the best in the world, and Delhi was beneath our notice. But I'd heard of one college, St. Stephen's College, and they advertised, so I applied to that. Then people told me, you may not get that. So please apply to one or two other colleges as well. So I applied to Ramjas College, I applied to Shaheed Bhagat Singh College. How did I choose this? Just the first few advertisements that appeared. 3. And Shaheed Bhagat Singh College did me a great favor. It never called me for an interview. So I was appointed to St. Stephen's College. And I taught there for 15 years. But I must tell you that, one should not compare colleges, but I'm delighted to tell you that you have a far more comfortable looking auditorium, seats in the auditorium than St. Stephen's College. I mean, if you get a chance, go sometime to St. Stephen's College auditorium, and within 15 minutes, many parts of your body will begin to ache. They've still got their straight back cane chairs. I think so. I haven't been back there for some time. Yes, bilkul, straight back, totally, yeah. I also remember the Comparative Literature Association of India, which is one of the sponsors of this one-day conference. I've been associated with it almost, since before it was formed. Because before that, there was another association here in Delhi and one in Calcutta, and then the two merged, like the Sangam, where we had the Mahakumbh. And then, since then, it has been one. And the founder, of course, was the moving spirit. Initially was Professor Shishir Kumar Das, one of the greatest scholars I have ever known. But since he passed away, it was Dr. Chandra. And many people associated with him who did an MLit together in comparative literature in the Department of Modern Indian Languages in the University of Delhi, including Vasant Sharma notably. And they ran the association for the last 20 years, from 2005, when Das Sahib passed away, up to this year. Chandra Mohan was a very rare man. He was the life and soul of the association. There are very few persons who become the association that they run. And his greatest quality was the human warmth and affection and connection that he felt with every human being. He was not judgmental at all. He enabled whatever people wished to do in the association. So this is one of the first, not the first, but one of the first CLAI events that is taking place without him. And it's only in the spirit of CLAI that we must remember him and that we miss him very deeply indeed. Another sponsor is the Sahitya Akademi. I've been in and out of the Sahitya Akademi for the last 50 years and more. I'm going again on Sunday to chair a session at their annual festival. Almost a permanent fixture there. And they have molded me and they have shaped my sensibility. They brought me from English to Indian literature. If the Sahitya Akademi library did not exist, then many of us would be deprived of a tremendous source of intellectual stimulation and development. I must now come to the topic. At some stage or the other, I must say that I hadn't thought very much about AI before this invitation. Yeah, I mean, we know that it's there. The first time I heard of artificial intelligence, I was trying to remember, was in the year 1986. I remember it because I'd never heard the phrase before. And it was in Britain at the University of Warwick, where I had gone to give a lecture. And when I was coming out of the campus at the bus stop, I met a young man, an English young man, and I asked him, the bus wasn't coming, so we were conversing. And I said, "What brings you here?" And he said, "I've come here to appear for an interview for appointment as a lecturer in artificial intelligence in the computer science department." That's the first time I'd heard of artificial intelligence. A very long time ago it was. Most of us are perhaps caught up with it now, later. And now it seems to be all around us in ways that we don't even recognize, in ways that we sometimes feel impinge upon us, but most of the time take for granted. And when I say it's all around us, I get more and more proof almost every day. In the last 10 days or so, a week or 10 days, after Chetan phoned me about coming here, 4 things have happened, which are like supernatural omens. And they're all related with AI. You know, a friend sent me a mail, a long-standing friend of 30 years or so. He sent me a mail with which he attached a poem by Kedarnath Singh, whom I had translated. 10 poems or so by him I had translated. I was one of the many translators, 5 or 6 translators, in a book that came out again from the Sahitya Akademi called Banaras and Other Poems. This was in 2015, 10 years ago. I don't know what happened to this friend of mine. What he did was, he ran the Hindi poem through AI to produce a translation. And he's such a friendly soul that he did a very unfriendly act. He sent me both the versions together with the original poem. Now, what prompted him to do it? He hadn't done it all these 10 years. That's what I mean by an omen recently. Then, a student of mine who's quite tech savvy, he requested me out of the blue to send him any essay by myself, published some time ago. And he said, I'll run it through AI to produce a translation of that essay. If the essay you send is in English, I'll translate this into Hindi. It'll only take a minute. And then you can have a look at it and you can compare it with the original and fix it. About 20 of my essays have been translated by human beings in a big project that's still in progress over the last 2 or 3 years. This was the first machine translation that somebody offered out of the blue to produce for me. So that's the second omen. The third was, I ran into a neighbor in the same housing society who's the MD, the managing director and owner as well of a company, and he said that all the speeches that he's been making for the last 2 years have been produced by AI. I mean, if he's managing such big things, he's the owner, lives in a housing society, he's the owner of a very sleek, very long Mercedes. So naturally, he has no time to write his speeches. So he says everything, all the speeches, he just gives a little prompt here and there. And he said, "Sir, where are you speaking next?" He knows that I go out to conferences. So I said, "Very funny, but I'm going to this artificial intelligence thing." And he said, "And what's the topic?" So I told him just the topic. And he sent me the same evening a 7 or 8 page speech. That's the speech I'm going to read out. Don't laugh. And then only yesterday, I got an email from somebody I don't know at all in the US, a super specialist in AI, it seems, from his email, a very long email. When we were having tea in the next room, we were talking about how so many of you were telling me how from time to time you watch some old video of a lecture of mine. This man has watched only one video of a lecture by me, which I gave last December, in Bangalore, the UR Anandamurthy Memorial Annual Lecture. And he somehow chanced upon it on YouTube, and it responds to that. It's titled "How Not to Write a History of Indian Literature." Because I've already written a history of Indian literature, therefore I felt very competent to tell everybody else how not to do it. So that was the title, and about that, he has offered me so much useful input about how a lot of data could be gathered about Indian literature in ways that he commands because of his knowledge, and how there is a software which even attributes the sources from which it is collecting materials. I had no idea. And he's given me so many links, and it's a long email, about 1,000 words, I think, it's like a paper. And I'm yet to respond to him. Now, all these 4 omens regarding AI, 10 days ago, I would have called them a coincidence. All these things happening to me quickly just before this lecture. But now I call them AI. I think AI has picked up the fact that I was called upon to come here and speak, and is trying to help me or hinder me in the best way it can, in so many different ways. But I will present to you our edited highlights from the speech prepared for me by the Mercedes man. And then, in the second part, I will present to you the 2 translations, one by me and the other by the machine, of a poem by Kedarnath Singh. All this has been served to me on a platter by AI. Padiyam mastu govinda tubbhyameva samarpaye. My own image of AI, and I'm sure many of you share it, is that of something alien, something threatening, something which shouldn't exist, or if it does exist, it should be contained very quickly and locked up in a room before it spreads further. And some people perhaps go even further and feel that it is like a foreign invader on our human world. In India, we are conditioned to think of all unpleasant things as foreign invaders and conquerors. We have a long history of that conditioning. And that it should be resisted, it should be fought at every level. And that the last frontier that never must conquer is literature. That's the gut feeling that so many of us have about AI. And I'm afraid I also more or less had this feeling or have this feeling even now, because this is, I think, the common response to AI. But let us look at 2 things here. Which other fields has it come into already and not been resisted? At least not like we want to resist it. And the other is, which follows from the first, so what is special about literature? Why do we think that it can spread anywhere it likes except to literature? We do literature. We have, that's our special preserve. And we all believe in the special quality of literature among disciplines. Let's try and examine that as well in the context of AI. Technology has always been evolving. Once there was the Stone Age, and then there was the Iron Age and the Bronze Age. Why? Because technology was evolving. Metal instruments of war, weapons, were far more effective than stone weapons. In the 1970s, there was a petrol crisis caused by the Middle East because they raised the price of petrol by several times, very substantially, in one go. And the whole world was in crisis. And one very articulate foreign minister for one of the states from the Arab countries was asked, why are you doing it all in one go? Your petrol will be there forever. Raise it slowly. We'll all be buying it. He said, no. There is the possibility that very soon some technology will come and eliminate petrol. Therefore, we must hay while the sun shines. Therefore, we must make most of what we have. And then he gave an analogy which I still remember. I watched it on British TV. I still remember that from the 1970s. He said, why did the Stone Age end? Not because they ran out of stones, but because new technology came in, which made stones obsolete. So technology has been changing and evolving ever since then. In the case of literature, and also there has been resistance to each change of technology. The most famous case is from the beginning of the Industrial Revolution in England, when so many jobs were lost, especially in the cotton factories. The hand weaving was eliminated almost. And very efficient cotton machineries came in, textile machines. And people in protest went out smashing those machines in their protest against it. And they were called the Luddites. They're still called the Luddites. Now, Luddites is the technical term. If you oppose AI very vociferously, you will be called a Luddite. It's become a metaphorical term. There have always been Luddites. In the case of language and literature, what has been the evolution from Stone Age to Iron Age and Bronze Age, etc.? Let's trace a parallel development, parallel line development. There wasn't perhaps always language. When human beings, recognizable as human beings, arose on this earth, they evolved on this earth, maybe they were not speaking language, or what we now would call language. Maybe they were more like grunts and moans and some sign language. Language is a very sophisticated structure, even a basic language. So that must have taken time to evolve. So there was language, but they did not know how to write it down. There was language, but no script. So anything that was produced which was of any value, enduring value, had to be memorized. Now, by memory, we always mean computer memory. I'm running out of memory means the disk is full. It doesn't have anything to do with here. So memory was, after creation of any kind, useful formulae or literary expressions. There was a long gap in many civilizations between the highest form of literary creation and the use of script. Look, for example, at India. The latest date, I mean, of course, the Vedas are eternal in some people's views. But in the views of even Western historians, they have to be dated at the latest between 1500 and 1200 BC. Not later than 1200 BC. But there is no evidence that Indians knew how to write at that time. The Rig Veda is a huge book. not to say anything about the three others. It was all memory. The earliest examples of writing to be found in the Indian subcontinent are the Ashokan edicts on the pillars. And those are 258 BC. So 1,000 years have passed. For 1,000 years, we had the highest form of literary composition. I mean, nobody reads the Vedas, and it's such a pity. Go home and read at least the Nasidiya Sukt. It's very short. It is the ultimate in poetry and philosophy. Written 1200 BC. And how did it survive? How has it come down to us? Because for 1,000 years, there were many people who had it by heart. And not only that, 1,000 plus suktas and about 4-line stanzas, say about 10 stanzas. So approximately 40 lines into 1,000. And there are people even now in India who know it by heart and who recite it. The transition from literary creation to script was a totally revolutionary transition. There is a Sanskrit shlok on this, which I'm quite fond of. Pustakastha tu ya vidya parahastagatam dhanam karyakale samutpanne nasa vidya natad dhanam. जो विद्या पुस्तक में लिखी हुई है और जो धन आपने किसी और को दे दिया है उसके मांगने पर, जब आपको काम पड़ेगा तो न तो वो विद्या है आपके पास और न वो धन है. So talking about the oral tradition and transition to manuscripts, I quoted this in one of the papers that was being published in a book from London. And we had a very competent copy editor. And she said, you haven't provided a footnote for this. Pustakastha ya vidya. She said, you haven't provided a footnote for this. And I said, I don't know which book it comes from. Because somebody recited the shlok to me, and I liked it so much that it's very easy for me to memorize it. It has come down as memory to me. So she said, no, that will not do. That's against editing standards. You must find a footnote, a printed footnote. So I went around looking. I don't think there was even Google then, not very effective. So I went around looking and I found it. That's the paradox. Now, knowledge does not exist without it being printed, without it being scripted and printed. There's been a complete reverse. And then, of course, there were books for a long time before there was print, handwritten books. For a very long time, especially in India. When did the press come to India? People say 1850 or 1800. 1800 is a very early date. There were very few presses in India. I would say 1970 or thereabouts. Presses all over the country, as recently as that. Yes, the first books were coming out in the 1790s and the 1800s. But as a common technology, there were only manuscripts. And in Urdu, it continued for even longer. The calligraphy, the lithograph. So that has been the evolution of technology in terms of language and literature. And then came print in the 15th century, in India much later. And then came digitization, which we are all beneficiaries of, either pirated or paid for. And now there is AI. AI is not alone. It's the culmination of this very long process, beginning in India in 1200 BC, in other countries, even before that. The Vedas are not the oldest books in the world. So this is what has brought us here. The paper that I was given by my neighbor, I was very impressed by it. I was prepared to scoff at it. I was prepared to mock it. But when I began reading it, I said, "Good Lord, AI is more intelligent than I thought." Now, what struck me? Number one, there's not a single grammatical error. How many of us can claim that if we write 7, 8 pages? Not a single grammatical error. Number two, is organized in 5 sections. It comes with section titles. For example, the first section title is AI in Creative Writing, Novels, Poetry, and Storytelling Tools. Second section is Redefining Authorship, Originality, Ownership, and Human Creativity. The third section is Ethical Concerns, Plagiarism, Authenticity, and Bias. And the fourth section is AI in Literary Criticism. This comes directly to us. AI in Literary Criticism, text analysis, and automated reviews. And then the last section, the fifth section, is Perspectives from Writers, Publishers, and Critics. What more do you want? I mean, none of us could have thought of such a comprehensive treatment. How can you do better than this? That's the question to ask. And as I said, it's very, not only elegantly organized, very logically organized, but what impressed me even more was that it is very forthright about the limitations of AI. It's almost self-reflexive, self-critical. And this is ChatGPT. This is ChatGPT Premium. My friend told me. With him, everything is premium, and he's such a nice fellow. He's such a friendly, nice, modest fellow. He wanted me to, I told him I'm going to use this stuff. Now, I have many quotations, many underlined passages here. Yeah, it says that one critic in the New Yorker magazine has said that AI is good for writers who don't like writing. Now, this paper itself is quoting it. Now, tell me, have you ever found any writer in the world who actually likes writing? Nobody likes writing. We all write when we're obliged to write. And even then, we delay it till the last minute. And we find it very painful. So it has quotations, it has arguments on both sides. I'll read out to you, and I've already taken quite a lot of time, but if I'm about halfway through, I'll then want to go to the poem that I've talked about. It says one of the questions to be raised about AI is based only on what is already available to it. So it may perpetuate stereotypes, and it may lead to exclusion. What is not there, it will not know how to include. Is one of so all the arguments against AI are here. You can't think of many more. And it says people say that it will lead to a flood of low quality books generated by AI. And then it talks about instant literary criticism as a service. It says publishers use AI, all publishers almost, for proofreading. I think it's a very obvious fact that no human being can proofread better than AI. And a well-trained AI system tool will also weed out grammatical errors in a way that humans can't. This is itself an illustration, this piece of, I wouldn't say writing, this generated piece. So the instant literary criticism as a service, it says, is handy, though it comes with caveats. The AI might present interpretations confidently, even if they are speculative. I think many human beings do that as well. There are very few have doubts about what they are writing, even if they are speculative, or it may miss the mark on more complex, ambiguous literature. This is very serious self-criticism, well, limitation. The role of AI in criticism is thus largely assistive and accelerative. I'll read out then just the last paragraph, not just isolated quotations, but the last paragraph. How does it end? In conclusion, AI is reshaping the literary world in multifaceted ways. It's a new kind of pen. Not bad. No, this is what I call stylistic flourish. And it's doing it all by itself. It's a new kind of pen, one that can write by itself, but that still requires a guiding hand to produce meaningful art. Creative writing is becoming a partnership between human imagination and machine efficiency. Authorship is being redefined, prompting us to ask what it truly means to be an author. You remember the height of high theory, French theory, was the announcement about the death of the author. So we have dug our own grave. If our own best series say the author is dead, anyhow, it doesn't say the author is dead. It says what it means to be an author and what value we place on human originality. Ethical practices and policies are scrambling to catch up so that the brave new world of AI literature develops in a way that respects creativity, honesty, and diversity. Brave new world. There's a literary allusion here, which is the double literary allusion, and I don't think many human beings can tell you how it's a double literary allusion. There's a novel titled Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, but he took the title from Shakespeare's Tempest. Oh, brave new world that has such people in it. And is using that phrase very aptly, almost ironically. And while AI can crunch data and even draft critiques, the role of the human critic, the role of the human writer remains vital in injecting insight, conscience, and emotional depths. As we navigate these changes, the conversation continues among writers, publishers, and readers alike, and readers alike, an evolving story about storytelling itself. Again, very stylish. Find fault with it. That is the next task. No? It's not only comprehensive, it seems to be even-handed, seems to be fair, it seems to be balanced. And if most of us think it is that, then it's done its work, even if it has not. After all, we can't be more intelligent than we are in judging this. That's the ultimate paradox, that's the ultimate frontier. Now, I'll come to the poem, but one or two observations before that. अभी एक कविता आपको और सुनाई गई, कवि यहाँ उपस्थित हैं सामने ही, तो वो एआई क्यों नहीं लिख सकती थी? क्योंकि एआई को अभी तक इम्तिहान के हॉल में इन्विजिलेटर नहीं बनाया गया। और जिस दिन एआई इन्विजिलेटर बन गई तो सब इशारे खत्म हो जाएंगे। So about, the two questions, creativity, originality. These questions seem to be the special preserve of literature. There's robotic surgery going on in medicine all over the world. I've never known of a single patient who says no, he will not have robotic surgery, he'd rather have a human surgeon. Nobody says that. Everybody trusts the robot more than the human surgeon. So what's our problem? Our problem is that creativity and originality is what we value. Now, and also, of course, that AI is limited to what has already been written. Let me remind you of a very vital piece of criticism before AI was invented by T.S. Eliot. Tradition and the individual talent. What is tradition? What does tradition mean there? Tradition means all that has been written before. Now, that is available to AI. Almost all of it. Everything that's worthwhile is available. So AI has tradition backing it. It can pick out from tradition. The individual talent, even Eliot did not say the original talent. He was a bit shy of saying that. Individual talent. Assumption is that individual talent would be original. How much literature do we read which is truly original? Most people read bestsellers. Most people read popular literature. So, what are we valuing there? We are valuing a kind of lack of originality. All bestsellers are alike in very vital ways. And what is original is very difficult to understand. Even teachers fear to teach it. In the classroom, they have to work very hard at home to be convincing before their students. And there are limitations to creativity and originality which are very soon reached even by human writers. The Gyanpith Award winner this year is Gulzar. Not the Gulzar of film songs. Gulzar has written not only Nagme but also Nazme. Very modern, not only blank verse but free verse. And people don't know about them. There's a big collection of that came out last year, Balo Par, with English translations. Just now, after that, 500 of his best film songs have also come out. He makes a distinction between the two. And so do I. And that is called Gungunaiye, the film songs. And it has 500 of the best songs. And in the introduction to that, the 1.5-page introduction, Gulzar says that once he was talking about writing film songs with Javed Akhtar, and Gulzar said to Javed, he said, अच्छा एक बात बताओ कि जो सैकड़ों गाने लिखे जाते हैं हिंदी फिल्मों में हर एक साल हजारों, तो कुल मिला के उनमें कितने लफ्ज इस्तेमाल होते हैं सभी गानों को मिला के? गुलजार ने कहा मेरा अंदाज है कि 100-150 से ज्यादा लफ्ज नहीं होंगे जो इस्तेमाल किए जाते हैं। तो जावेद अख्तर ने कहा कि हाँ, लेकिन अगर आप हाँ नहीं हम तुम आए गए ये छोड़ दें तो शायद 70-75 ही बचेंगे। Now this is what we like. How many of you can recite a whole poem? And how many of, in any language? And how many of you can sing at least 20 film songs? creativity and originality are not to be worshipped as shibboleths. In the real world, they are at a bit of a discount. Real originality sometimes goes a bit too far. And then critics spend 50 years of the best period of their lives explaining them so that we can explain them to our students. But there is a case still unanswered about literary creativity. I've already given you examples. The literature is deeper, best literature. Best literature means about 5% of all that passes by the name of literature. 95% is accessible, and that's why we read it. We read the other 5%, even though it's not immediately accessible, on the chance that it will be profound. And that is worth risking, worth spending time and effort to get to that. Is deeper literature, best literature, deeper, subtler, more nuanced. But I think the biggest thing is, it is biggest thing for AI to duplicate or to build on. I think the biggest is that it is indirect in what it says. Alliteration is fine, pun is difficult, simile is fine, metaphor is more difficult. So there are grades of difficulty in original and creative literature, which will produce a greater and greater challenge to AI. And my own feeling, which I arrived at when I was coming here in the car, is the latest finding. I may change my mind when I'm going away back home. What is it in literature that the AI will find it the hardest to replicate? I think it'll be irony. Yes. This is Jane Austen's 250th birth anniversary this year. And she was a practitioner of literary irony better than Sophocles, better than Socrates, better than, of course, dramatic irony, and better even than the irony of fate. That's what I think. Irony will be the most difficult to replicate for AI because in good irony, it means exactly the opposite of what it says. How will AI reproduce that? And if it does, I will read the speech again that I've just delivered and see whether there are any examples of good irony in it. Then I will revise my opinion about it. Another, literature, we should not put it on a pedestal. Always. If literature cannot be used daily, it's no use. Literature is entertainment. First of all, it should entertain. First of all, it should engage us, engage our interest. The syllabus doesn't reflect this fully. Our actual practice reflects us of what we read. So, what I'd like to say ultimately about this is, as I said, there's irony and then there's irony upon irony, which sometimes leads to a kind of enjoyment. That is, I think, the frontier for AI. Josh Malihabadi wrote a couplet. But before that, let me quote Sanskrit. Let me be secular. I've already quoted Sanskrit. But let me quote some more Sanskrit. Kavyashasti vinodena kalo gacchati dhimatam. Ancient Sanskrit saying, by talking about poetry and the enjoyment of poetry, intelligent people, medhavi, dhimatam, medhavi people spend their time. It's time pass. In those days when there were no films, there was no other entertainment. Literature was entertainment, basically. That's how they pass their time. Let's remember that's the first function of literature. And the other example of irony, now the Urdu couplet that I wanted to quote, मेरे शेरों में फकत एक शायराना रंग है. My verses merely, fakat, only, seem to be in the poetic manner, seem to have the poetic complexion, seem to have the ring of poetry. मेरे शेरों में फकत एक शायराना रंग है. कुछ सियासी रंग है, कुछ आशिकाना रंग है. Now, what is the poet saying? If he really, does he really believe that his poetry is not really poetry, but only a fakery, only an imitation of poetry? No. He's being ironical at his own expense. If you think that, you are wrong. मेरे शेरों में फकत एक शायराना रंग है, कुछ सियासी रंग है. He's writing in the middle of the 20th century when politics is strong in poetry. कुछ सियासी रंग है, political. कुछ आशिकाना रंग है. चाहे जितनी पॉलिटिक्स हो, आशिकाना के बिना तो नहीं चलती है. दोनों होनी चाहिए, जैसे फैज में दोनों चलना चाहिए. मेरे ख्याल है मैं 2 घंटे से तो बोल ही रहा हूँ, नहीं? लेकिन मैं एक पोएम आपको सुना देता हूँ, फिर आगे जो 2 वर्जन्स हैं उनको मैं कंपेयर करने का अब टाइम नहीं है, लेकिन आप पोएम सुन लें. इस पोएम की या केदारनाथ सिंह की कविता है, जेएनयू में हिंदी. The title is not bad, no? By itself it says hell of a lot. कितने लोग जेएनयू को पढ़े हुए हैं यहाँ? ठीक, very good. It's dedicated to you. जेएनयू में हिंदी. जी, यही मेरा घर है, और शायद यही वो पत्थर जिस पर रखकर सोई थी वो पहली कुल्हाड़ी जिसने पहले वृक्ष का शिकार किया था. इस पत्थर से आज भी एक पसीने की गंध आती है जो शायद उस पहले लकड़हारे के शरीर की गंध है, जिससे खुराक मिलती है मेरे परिसर की सारी आधुनिकता को. इस घर से सटे हुए बहुत से घर हैं, जैसे एक पत्थर से सटे हुए बहुत से पत्थर. और धूप हो कि वर्षा, यहाँ नियम यह है कि हर घर अपने में बंद, अपने में खुला, पर बगल के घर में पकता है भात तो उसकी खुशबू घुस आती है मेरे किचन में. मेरी चुप्पी उधर के फूलदानों तक साफ सुनाई पड़ती है. और सच्चाई ये है कि हम सबकी स्मृतियां अपने अपने हिस्से की बारिश से धुलकर इतनी स्वच्छ और ऐसी पारदर्शी कि यहाँ किसी के घर का नंबर किसी को याद नहीं. विद्वानों की इस बस्ती में जहाँ फूल भी एक सवाल है और बिच्छू भी एक सवाल. मैंने एक दिन देखा एक अधेड़ सा आदमी जिसके कंधे पर एक अंगोछा था और हाथ में एक गठरी. अंगोछा, इस शब्द से लंबे समय बाद मेरा मिलना हुआ, और वो भी जेएनयू में. वो परेशान सा आदमी शायद किसी घर का नंबर खोज रहा था, और मुझे लगा कई दरवाजों को खटखटा चुकने के बाद वो हो गया था निराश और लौट रहा था धीरे धीरे. ज्ञान की इस नगरी में उसका इस तरह जाना मुझे ऐसा लगा जैसे मेरी पीठ पर कुछ गिर रहा हो सपासप. कुछ देर मैंने उसका सामना किया और जब रहा न गया तो चिल्लाया फूट कर, विद्वान लोगों दरवाजा खोलो, वो जा रहा है। कुछ पूछना चाहता था, कुछ जानना चाहता था, वो रोको, उस अंगूठे वाले आदमी को रोको। और ये तो बाद में मैंने जाना, उसके चले जाने के काफी देर बाद, कि जिस समय मैं चिल्ला रहा था असल में मैं चुप था, जैसे सब चुप थे और मेरी जगह मेरी हिंदी थी जो मेरे परिसर में अकेले चिल्ला रही थी। The first so-called stanza, the first section of this poem, has 57 words, and there are at least 7 differences in 5 or 6 lines between my translation and the AI translation. उसके पहले एक और है जिसमें सिमिलैरिटी है, दोनों में एग्जैक्ट सिमिलैरिटी। जेएनयू में हिंदी, how do you translate that into English? There's no way of translating it without saying Hindi in JNU, which reverses the order, which reverses the emphasis. तो वो न मैं उसका हल पाया न AI, दोनों हार गए। लेकिन yes, this is my house. जी, ये मेरा घर है. AI says, yes, this is my home. Why did I say house and not home? It was 15 years ago. I mean, I will not compare this too far because then it will seem that I'm the accused, that I'm in the dock, that I have to defend myself. No, I don't want to get there. लेकिन मैंने house क्यों कहा? Obviously, the house is allotted to him by the JNU authorities for so long as he is teaching there. That cannot be home. And other horrible things that he says about all the houses will not apply to home. अगर आप केदारनाथ सिंह से पूछते कि आपका घर कहाँ है तो बोलते गाजीपुर में। घर यहाँ नहीं बताते, पूरी दिल्ली में नहीं बताते हो कि यहाँ है हमारा घर। खैर, इसमें गाता है ना कि एक पसीने की गंध आती है। I've translated that as smell, and AI has translated that as scent. In the last movement, or Sab Chup The, I have translated it as everyone was quiet, and AI has translated it as everyone was silent. So there are a number of passages where one doesn't know which side to come down on. No? There are some passages where one can justify a choice, either AI or me. But if it were a test match, it would be drawn. I think. Now, if AI can get there, then why are we complaining? I had come here wanting to denounce AI, and I'm going away having said many nice things about AI. Why? Because please let us not treat it as a foreign conqueror. Let us look at it as objectively as we can, though we cannot look at it as objectively as AI itself can. That's the paradox. Thank you.
नहीं, आप जितना शायद मेरे बारे में बोलिए। So with this lecture, we are coming to the close of this session, valedictory session. But audiences will remain here for question answer. When Professor Trivedi started the lecture, I had some words in my mind, and I was reminded of some verse. सफक धनुक मेहताब घटाएं, तारे नगमे बिजली फूल, इस दामन में क्या क्या कुछ है, यह दामन हाथ में आए तो. Professor Trivedi in the very beginning said that I was not present since morning, and one who is supposed to deliver a valedictory lecture, he has to be here. But let me tell you that he summed up each and every aspect which we have been discussing or struggling to discuss since morning with such a wonderful clarity and depth. What I like most, and for which Professor Trivedi is always known, his humorous punches, his erudite and scholarly analysis, and his scholarly demeanor. By taking some instances, text, and making his observation on it was something brilliant, I must say. He explained each and everything. He spoke about the challenges, the future trends, and everything. And I like the most when he spoke about Jane Austen, and he said that AI cannot translate irony. And Jane Austen is known for her subtle irony. You must have come across Professor Trivedi's book on Jane Austen, and that is a marvelous book. So you must read it if you have not read. Students, I'm telling particularly. And so, sir, thank you for enlightening us this evening. Thank you very much. Keep coming on here. Professor Poonam Trivedi, we are glad to have amongst us. And I extend warm welcome. And now I invite the anchor to take charge of the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Trivedi. Finally, we would like to invite Professor Poonam Trivedi for a few concluding remarks.
I'm just an interloper here. When Chetan extended his invitation and he said, ma'am should come, I thought, yeah, I'll do that because I've never been to Bhagat Singh College. I taught 40 years, but somehow I never came here. So this has been a great pleasure to be here. I'm afraid I don't have much to say about artificial intelligence. So much has been said. I'm sure all of you will be listening the whole day for so many things. Yes, it's coming, whether we like it or not. It's coming. And as part of an educational institution, it's our job, I think, to understand it and to enable students and young people to make good use of it, not just to use it to plagiarize their tutorials. Because finally you have to give the exam, as we were reminded in the earlier session. And you go through much trauma sitting in the examination hall. So we all have that. But AI is there, and it helps in so many things. I'm afraid I'm an old school person. When I was growing up and teaching also. We barely had computers for ourselves, and there was no internet. We had barely begun photocopying, so everything was by hand. But great. There is so much more to learn through the internet, to get through. So that's wonderful. And we should use these opportunities to acquire greater creativities. Just yesterday, just to give you a little example, just yesterday, I gave an interview on what is called fanfic. I'm sure many of young people know that. I mean, I didn't know very much about it, but I sort of quickly read up and about Shakespearean fanfic. And this young journalist said, I'm writing a piece on Shakespeare as a fanfic writer because he adapted from existing stories. So, you know, what was popular and he adapted those. So he's a kind of fanfic writer. I said, yeah, that's good. You know, that's a good journalistic line to attract attention. But fanfic only lasts about, say, 40 days, while Shakespeare's lasted more than 450 years, etc. So there has to be some distinction between them. But there is, you know, there are all kinds of things, especially young people are doing. I think young people have a lot of creativity and they're using it in different ways and utilizing the internet, etc. To, in a way, entertain themselves and to have their own say against, you know, all the elder world and its, you know, indoctrination. There is one very interesting fanfic thing that is there, and you can read up. There are so many websites, etc., that are doing that, which is called Such Tweet Sorrow. The title, I'm sure you can identify where this phrase is coming from. Such Tweet Sorrow. And it's all about, you know, responses, blogs, etc., taken off from Romeo and Juliet. Somebody wrote something about Juliet, and then it's kind of spiraled. And these blogs have millions of viewers. You know, if the articles that I write get about 10 citations, I am happy. Millions of viewers. And there are people discussing that, you know, they have a club in that website saying, save Mercuto, and many other such stuff. So, you know, the web and the digital world is offering opportunities for expression in very different dimensions. In fact, there's a whole stream of critics now in Shakespeare studies who are looking at Shakespeare in the digital world. And, you know, you can Google them and find out. Everything is available now. So it's just to have the time to read all that. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the great honor of inviting me and asking me to speak. I hope it's of some use to you. Thank you.
Now it is open for question and answer. So teachers, students, you have any question in your mind, you can pose your question to Professor Trivedi, Professor Poonam Trivedi. अगर सर ने बोला क्वेश्चन आंसर से नहीं ज्यादा क्लियर
Thank you, Professor Trivedi. It's been a pleasure to listen to you, as always.
I mean, yeah, and you also offer your own answer. I mean, this is just a reflection. I think it is also human imperfection. I mean, it is something that machines can't do. And it's that mainstay of industrial age and reproduction of anything which is industrially, made, and it is taken on from the human hands to machine made. So I think that is one thing that we have forgotten to celebrate human imperfection in a way. And AI has become too perfect, and it is precision driven and a very corrective kind of a process and practice. And it's a passion with human society that we obsess over precision and we obsess over perfection. And we have forgotten to celebrate what is it to be human, which is not perfect. Yeah, this is a reflection that
That's a brilliant observation. We are all pointing out imperfections in AI. First, let us look at our own imperfections. And I was saying that about irony is perhaps one thing that AI may or may not do very well. If AI were imperfect and we could detect its imperfection, we will not forgive it. We forgive all kinds of human imperfections. But I think if AI were to share our frailties and imperfections, that will make it more human. But that's a frightening prospect. I mean, if machines become human, they are in deep trouble. Yeah. But that's a very interesting thought. It's a very to err is human, to forgive AI.
Any question? The students, yeah. You will go.
Thank you, sir. First of all,
Louder.
Thank you, sir, for first of all of your planners. I wanted to ask that what we are thinking that will lit up our fire of love towards literature in line with AI. That's it.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
I will repeat our fire of love for literature with the help of
How can AI
how to continuously lit up the fire of love towards literature in respect to AI?
His sustainability.
It seems to me that our love for anything can be promoted by AI by offering us a more comprehensive appreciation of what is good about it. In the case of literature, it's not as if AI will perform any worse than, say, in surgery or in helping with technical solutions and so on. Love, however, is a very unquantifiable, unpredictable emotion. How many of us love literature? And what does it mean to love literature? To love another human being is impossible to define how it occurs, how it goes on. Loving literature, there's one sense in which I've never liked the use of the word love. You ask somebody about a book that they've just read, and they'd say, "Oh, I loved it." And then you ask them what they liked about it. No, they didn't like it, they just loved it. So there is a kind of impulsive, there is a kind of irrational, instinctive response, which we very often call love. I agree with you that the more AI develops, there may be a tendency for it to encourage us not only to love literature, but to be able to clarify in our own minds why we love any particular type of literature. We don't love all literature equally. And, we murder to dissect is a famous line by a poet. To understand, to try and understand everything about something, we may actually kill it in the process. That was a romantic poet, and yes, there should be room for that kind of romanticism in our lives. I quite agree. But to understand something better and to understand our own reasons better for liking something is, I think, only to promote that love sometimes. If you have any contrary examples, I'll be very interested to know. And also another thing that I wish to offer to you is, why don't you do something similar with, say, 2 translations of a poem? Why don't you write a poem on the subject first, your own poem, and then you ask AI to write a poem exactly on the same topic? Some of you have done it. I will not ask you which one you like better. We not only love literature, but even before that, we love ourselves. And AI is not very lovable in the way it comes across to us, at least not now. No. I hope we don't get to love AI. No. Yes?
Good evening, sir. I am Jitu from English Honor second year. Thank you for a wonderful session. It's an honor to be a present. Sir, I want to become a teacher. So I just want you to ask that how relevant or necessary do you think the teaching profession will be down the line and with the rapid changes of technology and AI?
You want to be a teacher, and you want to be a teacher despite all the teachers that you've got? What was the question you were asking, the last sentence?
How relevant or necessary do you think the teaching profession will be 5 years down the line with rapid changes with technology and AI?
Yeah. As you grow up, you will see lots of developments. Fortunately or unfortunately, I will not, but you will. And I'm sure that increasingly, and perhaps without anyone even noticing it, there will be a spread of so-called artificial intelligence into everything we do, including teaching, especially teaching perhaps. There's one other, I think artificial intelligence is not a very helpful name. If it's called by some other name, it might evoke other reactions. First thing is, literature itself is nothing if not artificial. There's the word artifice, which is like alankar. Alankar is essential to poetry. And what is composed as artifice is very closely related to art. If literature is not art, then it's not literature. So I think it should not be called artificial intelligence. It should be called mechanical competence. It should not be called intelligence either. Because in most of our minds, for example, the earlier question about loving literature, there is intelligence and then there is emotion. There is the mind and there is the heart. That dichotomy has been drilled into us by the Romantic poets. As Eliot again pointed out, in John Donne's time, there was no dissociation of sensibility. Heart and mind were very close together. So was intelligence and emotion. Eliot may be wrong about that example and that formulation. But it's a very romantic idea that the heart, emotion, and intelligence are opposites or far apart from each other. So, I hope that you will become a teacher. And because you are aware of this kind of question that is already floating around in your mind, I'm sure you will be able to make very good discriminating use of technology that is yet to develop further until the technology overtakes you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
सर मैं दयाल सिंह कॉलेज में हिंदी पढ़ाता हूँ
जी।
मेरा ये सवाल है कि मैं एआई को कैपिटलिज्म का एक ऐसा टूल मानता हूँ कि जो प्रतिरोध की संभावनाओं को खत्म करता है। साहित्य जहाँ हमें प्रतिरोध की आवाज बुलंद करने का अवसर देता है, वो एआई से कहीं ना कहीं वो प्रतिरोध की आवाज जो है उस पर इफेक्ट पड़ेगा। मैं आपसे कहूँगा कि
देखिए, प्रतिरोध हिंदी कविता का मुख्य स्वर हो गया है और प्रतिरोध इसीलिए हिंदी आलोचना का मुख्य स्वर हो गया है। लेकिन जो हिंदी में है वो पूरे विश्व की अनेक भाषाओं में नहीं, न उस तरह का साहित्य है। अरे उर्दू वाले भी भूल गए कि पीडब्ल्यूए उन्होंने शुरू किया, तो कहां से कहां आ गए। हिंदी में पता नहीं चला लोगों को कि कोल्ड वॉर 1989 में खत्म हो गया था। तो जो क्रांति चाहते हैं और जिस प्रकार का प्रतिरोध अभी कविता में चल रहा है, मुझे लगता है उसको भी थोड़ा सा और आधुनिक बनाने की आवश्यकता रही है। ये मेरी अपनी राय है। प्रतिरोध देखिए कभी खत्म नहीं होता। आप चाहे प्रतिरोध का स्वर उठाएं और चाहे आप अनुसरण का, अनुकूलन का स्वर उठाएं, एआई से मतलब नहीं है इसका। एआई सब तरह से आपकी सहायता करेगा। आप प्रतिरोध करेंगे तो एआई आपके बगल में कंधा से कंधा मिला के चलेगा, वो भी क्रांति की मांग करेगा। और अगर आप सरकार के साथ चलना चाहते हैं तो और भी सुविधा है ना। एआई को आप अपने विरोध में मत मानिए। एआई का प्रतिरोध इस कारण से कि आप और चीजों का प्रतिरोध करते हैं, ये थोड़ा सरल है, सरलीकरण है।
Hi sir. So though I am not from a literature background, I was really inspired by your session. So I have just a question about the fact that you highlighted about the differentiating factor between human and AI. You said that humans have a ability of critical thinking and creativity, and AI is based on the secondary stored data. But sir, and this might be a controversial opinion, but sir, it's my biases that the human factor is also based on the fact that it is also based on a upbringing. The data we have in our brain is based on upbringing, our atmosphere we grew up in, and most importantly, the indirectly associated with AI and algorithms. So I think AI and humans are relatively equally creative and critical thinking. And I know this is a controversial opinion, but that's my opinion.
Are you saying that AI can work both ways? Are you saying that AI can be used in whichever way you like? Or are you saying that AI can begin using you in certain ways?
Yes, AI is using us, and in advancing technology, if you have heard about deepfake, it has its own armored technology where it can think of its own ideas and articulate its own ideas, and that is prompt engineering that we call. So I think it is going on that level.
मैं आपको एक बात बताऊं, जब AI नहीं था तो क्या था? तब पूंजी थी। कंप्यूटर में नहीं होता। Always there have been ways of so-called assisting one, shortcuts. You know, one of the biggest complaints that teachers of literature have and have had for ages is that nobody reads the text. No? Nobody reads the text that is prescribed. People read around it. People read answers to probable questions. And it seems to me that if that is already the situation, if that is already the kind of conditioning that we are living with, it can't get much worse. The help that you are getting is better than any coaching. I think there should be human agency. I think there should be human input in how you're going to use that. For example, today was not the time to do it. I'll go back and those two translations of that poem. I've already marked about 50 places where there's a difference. The best person to do it is not me, but somebody else. Because the subjective element will come. As I said, I will begin defending myself. That is human imperfection. but if somebody else were to do it, I once translated Toba Takes It into English. And an American critic, of course, that's not a very original thing to do. Almost every other human being has translated Toba Takes It, which I have found. But an American critic wrote a chapter on it in a book published in the US, in which he compared 13 translations of the book. None of them were by AI. That was ages ago. That's all human agency and variation. The question that is troubling many of us is, will AI completely take over? I'll recommend one or two pieces of literature where it does. And in one is so dystopian that it destroys all humanity. In the other one also, in both. The human fear is that AI will destroy us. Is the fear of the caveman. Is a primeval fear that has been with us ever since we were hunting and gathering. Before there was civilization. If we don't kill the animal in front of us, that animal will kill us. Caveman instinct. Something or the other has been killing us all the time. At least we have lived in the fear of something killing us. And it's the job of the writers, I don't know why, you can think further about it, not to present a rosy picture, but to present the bleakest picture. Even utopias are dystopian. That somehow is the job of the writer. Self-assumed job. As the gentleman was saying, प्रतिरोध, हर एक चीज का प्रतिरोध. तो प्रतिरोध एक आदत भी बन जाती है, वो चिकनी है लेकिन प्रतिरोध तो करने की शक्ति हमें होनी चाहिए। एक छोटी सी कहानी है by Ian Foster. The machine stops. The whole world is run by a machine. There are human beings, it is run by a machine. And the whole of human civilization has gone underground. It's not on the surface of the ground, it's deep below. And one day, and everybody is conditioned to run their lives according to the machine. And one day the machine stops. You know, these kind of ultimate fear of human extinction as a species, as I said, it's been present ever since we began inhabiting this planet, and it will go on. And AI, in some senses, is perhaps the latest thing for us to fear and for us to want to take, to get on top of it, so that that might not happen. Whether it will happen or not, some of you will live to see. You know, who do you think how it will go? There were so many fears before that proved unfounded, or to which solutions were found. So let's hope for the best, while the writers keep telling us that the worst will happen.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your questions, and thank you for your insightful answers. We bring this session to its closure, and I now request Ms. Garima Yadav to deliver the vote of thanks.
हमारा विचार मंथन संपन्न हुआ. The times may be artificial, natural, real, or surreal. Our humanity is the driving force that defines, designs, and negotiates the times. This seminar was a brilliant churning of thoughts that kept us engaged and enabled us to think about the intervention of artificial intelligence in our midst. I'd like to start my vote of thanks by thanking our knowledge partners, Sahitya Akademi and Comparative Literature Association of India, for their generosity with funds and with resources. I'd also like to thank our stellar guests, whose scholarship kept us engaged throughout this entire day. Thank you so much, Professor Kavita Sharma, who delivered a thought-provoking keynote. Professor Harish Trivedi, what an address. And I can very confidently say this group of students who has never stayed quiet or attentive in all of our classes has sat through this. Thank you, sir, for your thoughts, for your wit, your generosity. Some guests come bearing gifts. You brought ma'am along. Her presence has enriched us.
That's a very unfeminist remark.
It is, I agree. I'd like to thank Professor Sanjeev, who also came bearing gifts of his poems, printed as well as the one that he narrated for us. Professor Pramod, Professor Chandra Dubey, our very own Professor Veopao, Professor Nilanjana Mukherjee. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time to present your ideas at this seminar. I'd like to thank the head of our institution, Professor Arun Kumar Atri, whose constant support and encouragement has guided our effort and motivated our department. I'd like to thank our teacher in charge, Ira Gaur, with some regrets because she was supposed to deliver this vote of thanks, but because of a sore throat, this has come to me. I'd like to thank Dr. Sarv Chetan Katoch, who envisioned this seminar. I'd like to thank Pranay and Mohini, who have compared this entire event. Our dedicated team of young and dynamic teachers who work tirelessly to make this seminar a splendid success that it is. Especially Ritam and Charu, who are hiding behind in the back room, who stayed in backstage and managed the entire chaos from behind the curtains. Kunal, who's not here with us today because he's down with fever, but who was the in-house tech support for the department. I'd also like to thank Beena for taking care of the food and refreshments, Arun for taking care of the stationery and bags, Komal, Neeta, Vardaraj, all of you. My heartful gratitude to dear friends from other departments who are honorary English Walas, Mahesh, Naman, Ashish, and Varinder. I'd like to thank Parvesh, Shubham, Obaid from Gyan Prasar Kendra. And my gratitude to all the non-teaching staff and the cleaning staff who've been working tirelessly. This building did not look like this yesterday. Thank you so much. You've been allies in this endeavor. And as usual, we like to keep our best for the last. Our dear student volunteers and students who work tirelessly, who came today. I know that you have a mid-semester break looming large. Much love and extra attendance to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garima Yadav, for thanking us. So the session is at its close. It was really a pleasure to have all of you here, and we hope we can have more such. Right. We hope we can have more such programs in the future. Just a small announcement: the teachers and the speakers shall stay here, and the students might leave after this. Thank you so much.